Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, I am trying to speak a little bit low because I have a sleeping baby next to me and I do not want to wake her up. But good morning, Denise. Good morning, Paula. Hi, Stephanie. William. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lois. Robba might be in New Year, but good morning, my lovely. Good morning, Zizi. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It is Thursday. It's Friday Eve. We have done it. Thank you very much for that, Paula. Hope everyone is great. I need to be careful, very careful with my volume today because little baby, little Anya is asleep. Sorry, I did not have time to get ready today, so I'm taking advantage and it's gonna be one of no camera day. But it is gonna be a good day no matter what because yeah, we have a sleeping baby and I'm trying not to work because it's getting harder and harder um to put her to sleep. But yeah, Denise, there's actually is. You know, I have a playlist made on Suno. I think that's the command that you can link. So if you click that link that is in the chat, it takes you to the playlist of all the songs that we have for the channel, including this one. So you can listen to whenever you want. So that's a solution that I got for now. It's free. You guys don't have to pay. So you can, I think you can just click, follow the link, and you have the playlist. Let me know if it works and if it is all right. If not, I will fix it and have to change whatever needs to be changed. But yeah, so that is one of the solutions that we have for the music. So if you want to listen to the channel music, most of the songs are on that link up there and it'll take you there. But it happy after happy Friday evening. Evening, no, Eve. Yeah, exactly. The words are there too, so you can learn the words. So, see, Denise, I actually do something. See, I'm not just doing nothing up in here and just do nothing. So definitely there is. Yeah, I do something. Sorry, I'm a little bit hot. I'm having a hot flash, and yeah, I needed to go think. And I still need to be careful because baby is asleep. So yeah, I mean a lot has happened yesterday. God, did you guys see the closings for Daybell? Because if you didn't, you have to, or we can watch it right now because her closings were not too long. Her closings was about 10 minutes. We still have about half an hour until our trial starts, and we can watch her closings if you guys want, and have a laugh about that because, guys, it was bad. It was as bad as you could possibly think that would be thinking. The other update was the Donna Elderson. Ah, the Donna Elderson hearing from yesterday. The pool camera did not show, so we don't have that hearing. Yeah, watch it, watch it, watch it. Stephanie's like, watch it, watch it, watch it. Yes, we'll, Stephanie. So we'll start. I'm trying to set up. There you go. State rests. defense closings. There we go. See, this is why I like Core TV, because they have markers, and that is amazing. So we'll watch Laurie Daybell's closing. Have fun with it. Oh yes, they are. Stephanie, you are gonna need to laugh, because this is what the therapy you need, and the therapy that we all need. So we can talk about a bit morning, but good morning, change my name. Good morning, I'm almost buenos dias. How hope you are okay, my friend. I am okay over here, just taking care of my sweet baby niece. She is gorgeous, as always. But let's watch the closings for Laurie Dingbell Daybell.
When a family breaks apart, it is a tragedy, with the devastation far-reaching, affecting many people. I am not exempt from tragedy, none of us are. But what we learn from it is most important. Because of this experience, I've studied the law and the judicial system, and that knowledge will stay with me forever. When we experience tragedy, we can grow stronger from the experiences, and then those experiences are not all negative. You would think that often people in my position would feel defensive or angry. And from where I'm standing, I understand that very well. But I don't feel any of those things. You have watched me under pressure, under scrutiny, and even under attack. And I have shown you that I'm not on any of those things.
I'm going to object to character evidence and testimony that's not in evidence.
Ms. Daybell, could I have you pull that microphone a little closer, please?
You can't be upset with people who are forced to look at your life from a distance or judge it through a lens that's being intentionally distorted or being at least very limited. Like the lens the state has shown you on this event. There's so much more going on that is not included to your view. The law prevents some of these things from being shared
I'm
in
going to
trial.
object, Your Honor, to improper.
Sustained.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative. I have shown you that basically there is no defense to what a person did not do or did not participate in. Other than what you've seen, which is no evidence that I made an agreement to commit a crime, because no such evidence exists. So I'm not defensive. I'm not angry. Nobody has all the pieces to this puzzle. It is complex. Like most families, this is a complex issue. And like the state, I was not there. But there is no agreement, no plan, no game. I am no stranger to tragedy. The breaking up of a family is tragedy. On June 25th, 2019, Brandon Boudreau decided that I was responsible for his family tragedy. And I'm really sorry that he feels that way.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object again to testimony.
All right. The jury is reminded that what is said in closing statements or closing arguments is not evidence. It is not testimony. The intent of the closing argument is for each side to argue what the evidence shows. Go ahead.
I did and have supported my niece Melanie when she suffered tragedy as a young child and during this terribly difficult time in 2019. We read the text from Brandon to me on June 25th, 2019, where he claims that he will never stop until he proves that I am responsible. Well, here we are, almost 6 years later, and I'm charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. In order to have a conspiracy, 2 or more people have to make an agreement to commit a crime. There is no such agreement between me and my brother Alex, although I did love my brother Alex.
And I'm going to object again, Your Honor, to testifying.
Sustained.
There is no agreement that was shown to you between myself and Melanie Boudreau, although I love Melanie.
And I'm going to object again to testifying.
Sustained.
I cannot tell you what happened that day on October 2nd, 2019, because I was not there.
And I'm going to again object to testifying, and please strike everything the defendant has said.
All right. The defendant is admonished, you cannot argue things that were not admitted into evidence.
The prosecutor wasn't there. Law enforcement wasn't there. Only Brandon knows what happened before he called 911. Only Brandon said he will not stop. The fact that I supported Melanie in her time of need does not make me against Brandon. I had nothing to gain by Brandon being hurt. Brandon has worked with law enforcement for almost 6 years to make sure that I pay a consequence.
I'm going to object to misstating the evidence.
Sustained. The jury will determine what the evidence did and did not show.
Your job is to determine if I committed a crime. This crime. A conspiracy, an agreement, not cleaning out a garage, but an agreement to commit murder. You did not see an agreement. You did not hear an agreement. You heard Detective Duncan say that he had spent hundreds of hours going over my iCloud accounts. They have 19 years of my accounts. Text messages,
And I'm going to object to
calls.
misstates the evidence and no.
If there was an agreement.
Hold on. The objection sustained. The jury is reminded that they will determine what the evidence did and did not show. Go ahead.
If there was an agreement, they would have showed it to you. There is no agreement. We've all experienced tragedies in our lives, and naturally people want someone to blame, someone to pay a price. My brother is no longer here. We can't ask him about that day. There were things presented in this case that I did not know.
And I'm going to object again to testifying, Your Honor, and ask to strike.
Sustained.
Things that I saw, I thought,
And again, I'm going to already ask to strike.
All right. The defendant cannot testify to things that were not testified to from the witness stand.
because this is the theory the prosecutor wants you to see, it is limited. How can we say clearly when the law only allows for a skewed view of things? The devastation this family has gone through is the tragedy. After almost 6 years, it's time for healing. Thank you.
It's time for healing you. Sorry. That is the most. Oh, I'm sorry, but that is the most unhinged closing that I ever heard and then I have listened to. It's absolutely ridiculous. That closing. She got objected. I did the math yesterday when we were watching this. She was 9 objections on this one, and compared to the 12 from the openings. Yeah, it's like the 4th time I listen to this. It's her last year, right? Exactly. She just doesn't care. She just carry on. You know. Oh no. This is day 3. Do I have day 2 on the thing? Oh, my bad. Thank you, Iowa, for pointing that out. We are on day 3. Sorry, we are not behind. You made it. Yeah, we are not behind. We are on time. We are on day 3, but it's just my dumbness that put day 3. Sorry, and thank you very much for pointing that out to me, Iowa. I appreciate you so much for that, and I appreciate everyone. But yeah, it's oh my days. I was asleep when I did this. So I was half asleep. I slept too much yesterday, so today I'm paying for that. So it's sorry, my bad, but thank you. Uh you are even more behind that. Sorry. So this case, so Megan Jackson is being accused with the where's the oh my days, where's the red rum and criminal conspiracy for red rum. That is her two charges. She has a co-defendant called Christopher Dontrell, and she is accused of analyzing her ex-husband or her husband and dumping them across county lines in Horry County. I forgot, South Carolina. That's the state we are in, South Carolina. And we've been listening to evidence, obviously, against her, from investigators, from people that found the body, from her own daughter that testified. And we should be hearing from Dontrell himself today. So Dontrell went to trial, was supposed to go to trial about 6 months ago, and he didn't because he took a plea. And one of the parts of his plea was the fact that he had to testify against Maegan when she was going on trial. And here we are. And today is supposed to be the state's last day of presenting evidence. Good morning, Benny. How are you? Good morning, my friend. I hope you are okay. Good morning, good afternoon to you, because I know you are in the UK, same time zone as me. So good afternoon, my friend. Hi. So good to see you. So yeah, so that's the case. So with today stage my rest, and I think he is gonna rest. So we might be also on verdict watch tomorrow. There is a very big possibility that today we have see a wrap up on Lori Vallow. Tomorrow we see a wrap up, possibly a wrap up on Karen Reid. I think that the verdict watch on that one is going to be taking a while. And we have also my days tomorrow. We are going to be busy, guys. Tomorrow you better bring your passports with you to the stream. Thank you very much. Good morning, Jeremy. I did try. I had to think about it and imagine your comment from yesterday, and I was like, "That's how you say it." But thank you very much for that. I am trying. You guys tell me how to fix things, and I'll try my best to pronounce them correctly, because then I will not have an excuse. But I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. So tomorrow we have Donna Alderson 2-hour hearing that is booked for a move of the trial. We have the closings on Karen Reid. We have a verdict watch possibly on this trial on a Megan Jackson. I think Daybell will be finished by then, but possibly then later a Daybell verdict watch. So we are going to be super busy, and we are going to be bouncing around states tomorrow. So better be prepared. It is going to be a busy day in courtroom tomorrow. We're going to watch hearings. We're going to watch closing statements. We are going to be very, very busy. We thank you very much. I was going to ask you that. We are on witness number 19. Wow, that's good. We're moving along. 13 law enforcement, one kind or another, 6 civilians, including the daughter, the Zoom guy, the woman who found the poor Greg, the HOA president, a dentist even. Wow, I missed something. Why would a dentist be present? Oh, to identify the body, probably. Huh, interesting. Yeah, state continues testimony today, and we might hear of Dawn trial today. I am so excited for that part. And obviously, at the same time, we are going to be with this trial. Lori Vallow's verdict watch is going to start. So, if a verdict comes while we are on stream for Megan Jackson, comes, we'll swap to that, pause hours trial, watch that verdict live, and then go back to our trial. If not, we might hang out in this stream for a little bit to see if we have a verdict or not. Otherwise, we'll hang out with Rubba on her stream today, and then we can do the verdict over there as well. Oh yes, Dr. Taryn Hodges, DDS. That is interesting. I did miss something. I tried to join, but we were rather busy, and I actually did promise GardenBot that I would have a date night where I would not be glued to my phone. So we did check in here and there, just to make sure that y'all didn't disappear on me and everything. But no, but then I did obey the rules and was not there. So court should start rather soon. Feed is up. Courtroom camera is working, so we should start pretty soon on it. I mean, in terms of the hearing yesterday for Donna Ellison, even though it wasn't stream, the only really update from that one is the the fact, what is the fact, that they were talking about scheduling issues and everything, and then I think on Friday is going to be the longest one, that they're going to talk more about more stuff, so we didn't really proper lose more. I have 30 more minutes. I have to go until this afternoon. You were on the date, you should have missed it all. Mama Bear I know, I am a Mama Bear to my the channel. I just like to make sure that everything is fine. Now it is. Oh, Stephanie, no. Like, definitely take your headphones to your appointment, or make everyone in the salon to hear what is happening, and make everyone subscribe to the channel so we get a little bit of a bump. That would be amazing. But no, but yeah, anyone feel free to share the channel out. Trying to grow a little bit more, not too much though. Let's not get crazy. But yeah, so it's been a lot of core of a lot of things moving. There was, I saw a video yesterday, right? You know that I think it was a 13-year-old is in jail for a pew pew situation. Um, and is, I think he's gonna get charged as an adult. So we might have a Carly Gregg situation 2.0 coming up. So that would be interesting to listen to. What else is new? Oh, Maxwell Anderson, the lead detective for that trial, she did a really good interview. I think yesterday or a couple days, but it got released on YouTube yesterday anyway. Um, so that she did, it was very, very good. See, you were, oh no, I hope your car is okay. But yeah, see, there you go. Just make sure that, people can hear about unaliving, and they might think that we are not good, but they might even give you free service. You never know, because, they think that you might be. No, I'm joking. I would not, I would like definitely new free stuff. There was not much. Is there any update on the manhunt of Travis Decker? I'm not sure if there's anything new coming from that side um as well, because that would be interesting um to see. I mean, yeah. But I mean, this has been a good little small little trial that to follow the Megan Jackson. She has the best faces ever. Or she eats a lot of sweets. She eats even more candy than I do. And that is hard to do, because on the first day, at least yesterday, I was not here for half of the day, so I did not pay, sorry, 1 second, that much attention. But if she was eating a lot of candy yesterday or not, but on the first day, girl, she was eating more candy than I do in one day. I think she ate a 2 day supply of candy that I normally have. So I don't know what's going on over there. Um, that she was eating a lot of candy, or she has lack of sugar, but it's, yeah, crazy the amount that she does. So what's your guys plans for the weekend? I mean, we can start talking about the weekend and find out what's the plans. Me and Garden both, we're gonna actually do something fun this weekend, which is kind of new. No, I'm joking. We are gonna go karting this weekend, so that's gonna be fun. Should come up with business cards for us to hand it out to our people. Oh, just one more thing, yeah, just one more thing for me to do. Yeah, I actually do have business cards made. I still haven't printed them out, but I do have them. I mean, but I might have to change something because they don't look like the greatest. Oh, there was a press conference on deck. They think they know where he is. It's just a matter of flushing him and out and grabbing him. Yeah. Ugh. Well, to be fair, I'm sorry, Denise, to say. I'm sorry to say, but that would not be a great loss there. I'm sorry. I'm not pro, but I do not speak English. God, yeah, you do not speak English. God, yeah. good. You are gonna do nothing. That's gonna be awesome. You do deserve do nothing during the weekend. We are gonna go karting. So yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, Stephanie, right? I know. Good morning, Lois. Hey, you are in the car on your phone and I can talk, but you're listening. Hello, good morning, my friend. I hope you are right. I'm about to wake up the baby, so I need to speak lower. So no. Good morning. I hope you are okay and drive safe or be safe in the car. Depending on exactly what's happening. But yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, Travis Decker. Does Washington has the DP. Um, and my cough kept me home this week too. See, I told you, Denise. I told you it was gonna. I absolutely told you, didn't I, that your cough was gonna keep you at home. So that's good. I knew it was gonna happen. I told you that was gonna happen, but that's good. Yay, work from home. I think it might keep you at home work for a little bit longer because if you carry on with a cough. Oh, did you manage? Sorry to put on blast, but did you manage to fix your work situation for the Coburger hearing next week? I might miss again the hearing because guess what? The hearing for Coburger, all right, it's a 12:30 Idaho time. It's gonna be 7:30 in the evening for me, right back in the middle of date night. Why is it every single time? Yes, nice, awesome, and that is awesome. Um, See, every single time Kohlberger has a hearing, I'm busy. Last time that he had a hearing, I was going away. This time he has a hearing, it's on right in the middle of date night. You fixed it, awesome. So it's my days. I cannot believe that every single time that guy has a hearing, I can't attend because I'm busy. I honestly, I just don't know. I just don't know what to do around Brian Kohlberg. I think I might give up on him because by the time that I give up on him, I might be able to actually attend a hearing. Because I every single time that this guy has a hearing. Oh, I know, Peppa. Sorry, 1 second. I know. Auntie Cat is talking too much. Yeah. So every single time Kopak has a hearing, I'm always busy. So you guys know when Kathy is busy, Brian might be having a hearing that I cannot cover, which is infuriating because I want to do it. I want to listen to the hearing, but you always have to have something busy when Goldberg is on trial. But anyway, um, so Karen Reed might start finish tomorrow. Donna Alderson has a hearing tomorrow. Um, there's a bunch of stuff that we need to catch up. Court should start any minute now because they did say 1:30. They didn't. Oh, they did. I think they are. I saw a head on the camera. Let me put that on the stage, so at least we know we are waiting for that. I don't know what else happened. Oh, you had storms for the last days. Fire not near you. That's good. Welcome to the summer in the PNW. I do not know what that means, but okay. Awesome. It's actually rather warm in the UK today. We are having a wave of summer again in the UK, which it's not normal. I'm sorry, Papa. I think I will be quiet in a second. We're having a wave that I know it for you it's nothing, but for us in the UK, at least where I am 62, it's warm. It's been very warm, and apparently it's gonna go up to mid 70s tomorrow, which is gonna be even worse. So tomorrow I'm gonna be having my fan literally on me all day because I'm gonna be burning. I'm gonna be um melting down because yeah, I'm definitely gonna not be okay tomorrow. You better check on me tomorrow because I'm gonna be not very well. um so I don't know what else is happening in the world of true crime. I know I was doing some investigations for like next trial because I mean um this is coming to an end. Oh, I do not like I know, Stephanie. See, someone that understands me. I don't like the warm, and mid 70s for us, it is very hot. So it's hot. I don't like it. I don't want it. You can keep it. Yeah, I like the cool. I like spring weather. I like mid 60s, late 50s. That's like the perfect temperature for me. More than that, please save me. Yeah. Hey, good morning, Cindy. Hi, good morning, my friend. How are you today? I hope you are well today. I am back. I have a half asleep baby. Um, Benny, anything for me is hot. I don't like the heat. I was born in the wrong country and still have heat problems. But yeah, I have a sleep baby. 76 in your house, 62 outside. I would prefer to go outside, Stephanie. I would definitely prefer going outside than wow, but still even inside it's still pretty warm. Oof, 76 in your house. Are you in a sauna? No, I'm joking. I would never 76. Oof. Nah, that's too much. I'm sorry, but I would not never be that hot in my house. Garden, what else? Like I have to sleep with the window open in the bedroom because our bedroom it gets very very warm, very hot. Um, but oh, that is interesting. Uh, um sorry, just watching a news. But yeah, so I have the window open to cool down because otherwise I will go up in flames. What I was looking was there was a conference a few days ago. For police, a Chicago police officer was providing updates on on a officer being pewed out in the south side of Chicago, and I'm watching a show where is based on the south side of Chicago. And I was just like, So yeah, the show is shameless. I've been binge watching that show. I'm literally in the last, I think, our last few episodes of that show, which is going to be sad because I don't know what I watch next. Hotter than hell here. Oh, from 83. Ow, no. I am not going to go there in the summertime. That is for sure. I'm sorry. Auntie Katya will stop talking soon and we'll type more, okay? Yeah. So it's yeah, so I was just watching that. I was like, oh, Southside, I know where that is. That is in Chicago. Yeah, because of that show. See, shows teach you something, at least geography they teach you. See, now I know where the South Side is in Chicago, and all of the bad stuff that sadly happens there. Well, bad stuff happens everywhere anyway. Um, but yeah, so eh, we're still waiting on court to start. Apparently, we are a few minutes behind, but we always been a few minutes behind, not too much. So that is okay. I mean, if you ever have any suggestions of any trials we should cover and we can try to find a feed for it, please just let us know. Because oh wow, so this verdict is still not come in yet. So we are still also on verdict for the Carlos Dominguez trial. Wow. So we are definitely going to be busy and going to be jumping around because there's another verdict going on. Oh, I think court is coming here. Here we go. Court is starting.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, just one thing to put on the record.
All right.
I was contacted this morning by Blair Beaudry, the daughter of Jim Beaudry. As you may recall, the defense made a motion to dismiss based on the alleged prejudice for violating the speedy trial right was that they assured us that Jim Beaudry had passed. I asked Ms. Beaudry this morning if her father had passed, and he is still alive.
Okay. Your Honor, just quick clarification. I want to discuss this. His capacity, my understanding is that he's incapacitated, but did you?
Well, you said that.
I apologize. He's incapacitated on guard. All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, just a clarification. As you know, I've got just a printout of the presentation. If I show the witness some of the printouts, to show those printouts to the jury, does that make this then deemed admissible? I mean, I can reference the demonstrative evidence without it becoming admissible by virtue of my reference to it. Is what I'm
I mean,
asking.
are you using it as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir.
All right, any objections to using it as a demonstrative?
Principal.
I mean, those are just still photographs of the presentation.
That's right.
On the screen yesterday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, as long as it's just taken directly from the presentation with no additions or deletions, that's fine. But just to be, that's not all they have. We did get them a jump drive with the actual presentation on it.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
I mean, you can use it as demonstrative evidence, just like they used the presentation yesterday.
That's all.
And I understand that's the same thing that he flashed up on the screen, you just have it on the sheet of paper.
That is correct.
Okay. That's a little difference. All right, anything else?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Let's, when they get in. Okay.
Yep, sorry. It got distracted. I was just checking on the baby. The baby's awake, so I need to make sure that she doesn't need feeding or anything. But yeah, this attorneys are absolutely slimy. They tried to pull something like this yesterday, and they literally are trying to get this somehow mistrial. Yesterday was that, for example, the witness was taking too long to answer, and they was like, this is exactly how, if some that one I did not like. And then the dad tried to get the trial dismissed by something or other, but I'm absolutely, this attorneys are something else, that I'll tell you. So yeah, so they're now trying again to have a mistrial because of the speedy trial violation, which apparently they lied. So well, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's just crazy, man. I haven't done the Google form for this one. I need to get that done, but I've been babysitting, so that does kind of get out of the way. And I'm trying to take a bubble out of my screen. I put the screen protector on my phone, on your phone, but I did it wrong. I there's too many bubbles on the screen, which I can kind of try to take it off again and put it on again, but hopefully that will work, so it doesn't get all bubbled up again. And just make this correct so I don't have to redo this again, because bubbles on the phone, it's not good at all on the screen protector. But anyway, for being a stage threat is from expecting such. Oh yeah, absolutely. But sadly, sometimes they are the most interesting, right? Well, I shall use that word, interesting, in terms that especially like they chose to represent, because they basically can choose who they represent and who they don't, but they chose to represent her. That says something. I don't know what they saw. Maybe it was the money that they saw because of the parents. Because I think someone said it's the parents that are paying for her defense. Because I don't think she, as a coroner, could afford this kind of attorneys. So I'm sure his mommy and daddy that are trying to. They are paying for the attorneys and not her. So so you just see how many faces she puts on today of acting. Said zero, poor me. Oh, poor me. Yeah. Oh no, she did.
Ladies and
Oh
gentlemen,
my God,
welcome
run.
back. I hope everyone had a good evening. Again, I want to thank you for being caught this morning. That's a great assistance to the court. Make sure you have your own notepads and do not have anyone else's notepads. When we broke yesterday, we were in the middle of Officer Marcus's testimony. I'm going to have the clerk of court place him under oath again, since we are starting a new day.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
These first kind of round of questions, I might refer to the slides I've got from the presentation that y'all provided me on Monday. Okay?
Okay.
And just, I want you to have it. I may ask you to look at certain slides. Is that okay?
Sure.
Or may I approach so he has it here?
Your Honor, I just asked to see what he is showing the witness.
He's showing them exactly what y'all put on the screen yesterday. That's what we covered before the jury came in.
It's just not in the right order, so it might take him a minute to find the right slide.
Which was exactly what I was about to say. I apologize, they're not in the right order. But if you'll bear with me on that. Okay. I'd also ask that if I want to show one to the jury, I may take your copy because a couple of mine have a note on it.
Okay.
Let's start with this example of cell site location information.
Bear with me a moment.
No problem. Again, I apologize for that portion of it. Okay, you have it? You have it?
I do, but this is not an accurate depiction of my presentation. There are marks on this that were not on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see that. That was a doodle. Okay. Let me ask you this. I'll ask you this. When you're looking at the cell tower diagram that you provided, it's got this angle, correct? It goes out that way?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's like a little shaded area close to the angle, right?
Yes. There should be a shaded area inside of the angle depicted on the graph.
And just so it's clear for the jury, that shaded area really means nothing, correct?
The shaded area is just a graphic aid. It's supposed to show that the phone is in the general direction inside of that angle.
Okay. So it doesn't actually mean anybody's there or near that particular spot based on that shaded area.
The shaded area is not a depiction of the location, the exact location of the device. It's just to help show that they're within that angle as it protrudes out.
Could you locate, you also talked about PCMD per call measurement data, right? That's
Correct.
And that's part of the CSLI, cell site location information. Is that what it stands for?
Correct. Sometimes we can get per call measurement data when we get those records back.
Okay. Could you locate this one? The example.
Locate what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, a
Specific
copy
one.
of it. I'm sorry. And what I handed you.
Sorry.
No, I apologize. Okay, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's a band, as I understand it, at the end of it. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I show that to Drew real quick? I'll hand it right back to you. Did we scribble on that one too?
No, sir.
That's the band I'm referring to. I'm sorry, moving fast. Everybody see that band? Thanks, sir. That band is, as I understand your testimony yesterday, is measuring the distance that the phone is from the tower, is that correct?
That's the approximate distance of the phone from the tower at the time of the connection, yes.
Okay. And so as I'm looking through to see if that information is reliable, I would expect to see if I ever saw a GPS pin and there was also cell tower information, I would expect that pin to be on that band.
It would be close to that band, yes. There is a margin of error with that distancing data, but if the two sets of data occurred at the exact same time, they could line up with each other, yes.
Okay. But you didn't show one slide yesterday, sir, where your pinpoint lined up with your band on it. On it.
There was no slides that I displayed yesterday that had two separate sets of information. So in this instance, per call measurement data and GPS location, I did not have two sets of data at the exact same time to be able to mirror up as you described.
So you did not cross-validate that so we would have a better understanding of where that phone was at that time.
I did not have any per call measurement data to validate with GPS location data.
So why are there bands on there if it's not, what is the band for then, sir?
The band in this particular example, or the band?
No, the band that you have throughout the presentation.
There was, to my record, hold on, give me just a moment.
Sure, you got it right here in front of you.
In my presentation yesterday, I had per call measurement data for Gregory Rice's cell phone records. I only had one per call measurement data listing for Christopher Dantel's, or one of Christopher Dantel's records. However, I had no per call measurement data for any of Maegan Jackson's cellular records.
Okay, so like if you found this slide of Greg Rice's.
Can I just, Your Honor, just so that I can know what he's referring to, if I could just see
I
this
can
slide.
show it to you.
I have this particular slide in front of me. However, it's not an accurate depiction of my presentation from yesterday. There's additional markings on it.
Okay. Your Honor, would you forgive me a circle? Mary Ann, would you forgive me a circle?
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I apologize. May I show this to the jury, Your Honor? Yes. As we're looking at this, there's a pin, right? Is that correct?
The pin in this slide represents the location of Gregory Rice's residence.
Okay, so in some of these, you give us, so here we got the band means nothing in this one. Is that right?
The outer band?
The outer band.
The outer band is the approximate distance of Gregory Rice's device at the time of this connection.
Okay, so we know then by looking at this, that the outer band is not in line with the pin.
That's correct. However, it is within the margin of error that you typically see with these types of records, which is about 100, 150 meters on either side of that band, just depending on the strength of the connection at the time.
Okay. And so if we're trying to rely on this for where a phone is at a particular time, we have to be fair and understand that I could seriously be outside this room, right? I could be outside this room and my phone, the band is not going to show accurately where I am, right?
It depends on the signal strength of connection at the time of that connection, but typically these records are within 100, 150 meters of that distance from the tower.
And 150 meters,
It's about the length of a football field, a little bit more than a football field.
okay, all right. And so that could be important, you know, if something is happening outside these walls, your phone and my phone are pointing to the same tower if I'm in here and someone's sitting right out there. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask it again?
If we're gonna use, if something were to happen outside these walls,
Mhm.
right? A crime's committed right there in the hallway. And you have access to all of our phones. I'm not let y'all bring y'all's in, but you have access to all of our phones. And you measure our location, our cell tower location, right? It's going to show that we are in the same area, right? Is that right?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm still having a hard time following your.
Okay. Your CSLI
Mhm.
does not, it is flawed in that I can be here and someone can be out there. And if you're looking at both phone data, it's going to say we are in the same area, right?
What's the second set of data you're talking about? You're talking about cell site location information, which is generated from the connection of the cell phone to a tower.
Yeah.
What's the second set of data that you're?
The other person's phone.
Cell site location data?
Yeah.
The cell site location data for that provider could or may be a little off, just kind of depending, again, on the connection, the signal strength of the phone during that connection.
We have another barrier. Okay.
Yes, there are several variables, which is why we attempt to validate as much of the information as we can with other data sources when we do this type of analysis.
Okay. All right. Well, one of the things that's peculiar about your analysis to me is that, because I know you would consider the data in that case, right? When you testify as an expert, you consider all the data.
Yes.
And so part of this extraction data includes chats, messages, videos, images. There's a lot of data in these extractions, right?
So my analysis contained the cell site location data for these devices.
No. Don't you tell me that now.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, it's my cross examination. Don't you tell me.
Hold for a minute, she's raising an objection.
He's not letting Sergeant Marcus respond to his question. He was in the process of answering the question, and Mr. Britton is like, oh, don't tell me that.
I don't think that's overruled. Go ahead.
So you took this stand as an expert, and you're going to try to tell me that you did not consider all of the data.
When you're doing an analysis on geolocation data, the context of a text message is not necessarily relevant to placing a device in a particular location. Cell site location information from a tower gives you the distance from the tower. A GPS hit could give you the point in time or the point in space where a particular device is at. Whether someone is texting this person or that person talking about the weather isn't necessarily relevant for doing a location analysis, which is what I did in this particular instance.
But it is relevant. You were also a part, you weren't just a GPS guy, sir, right? You did other things in this investigation.
I did.
You were heavily involved in this investigation, wouldn't you say?
I conducted some witness follow-ups. I imaged some devices for further analysis, and I conducted this analysis of the location information that was provided to me.
You co-signed a statement made by Chris Dontel.
Yes, I was in a part of an interview as well, like I mentioned.
And when we are talking about analyzing data, you said the word context. This doesn't give us any context, does it, sir? Your presentation gives us no context. It doesn't tell us what Maegan Jackson and Chris Dontel have discussed or are discussing, right? You agree with that?
Correct. Those cell phone records cannot tell me what, if any discussion was going on at the time, just that there was a connection between their phones.
And they also can't tell you anything about who has a motive. Is that right?
No, cell phone records don't provide that type of information either.
And you could, because it's part of your data, go back and cross-validate and see what they were discussing in the text messages and chats beforehand to get an idea of motive and intent, right?
That analysis was provided to another officer in this case. That was not my particular participation in this case.
But you said you read all the data, sir.
No, sir, I did not. I said I reviewed the data that was given to me for my geolocation analysis.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell me that as an expert, you said you were an expert in cell bite extraction, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a digital forensics expert. Is that what you purported to be?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't consider the information, the critical information and data that would give this jury context for what was happening on this evening.
I analyzed the data for my particular part in this investigation, which was the geolocation analysis of the devices involved in this case. As far as additional analysis for digital devices, that was done by Lieutenant Ben Wells with the York County Sheriff's Office. That was not my job in this particular case.
You were one of the 9 or so visits to Flint Lake Apartments, weren't you, sir?
9 or so visits. I don't recall going out to Flint Lake 9 times.
You were part of some of those visits, weren't you, sir? You under it?
Objection, Your Honor. He's thinking. He's trying to answer the question. It's not necessary to say you're under oath.
I believe I conducted 2 follow-ups at Flint Lake Apartments.
And when you did so, y'all already had the cell phones of Maegan Jackson and Chris Dontel.
At the time of my first follow-up, I was not aware of that. They may or may not have. It was early in the investigation. At the time of my second one, yes.
And so as we talk about this quote-unquote crime scene, one of the things we know is the time you were out there yourself, Maegan Jackson and Chris Dontel were already suspects, right? At one of your visits.
Correct.
In total, y'all canvassed the area 9 times, right? Oh, you may not know that.
I don't have that information. No, that was not part of my participation in this case.
Okay. But you were pretty heavily involved now, weren't you? You were one of the few that's there. This thing took y'all so long. You were one of the few that was there in the beginning, right?
No, sir, I was not initially assigned to this case in the beginning.
Oh, okay, sorry, it was 10 days. Was it 10 days after?
I didn't get involved in this case until almost 2 or 3 weeks after. In fact, for 2 weeks during the initial part of this case, I was out of town in training.
That's right, because you weren't actually qualified yet to do what you're here testifying about at the time you were involved in the investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
So,
Hold for a second, she's ready to. What's the grounds for the debate?
Well, I don't believe that when Your Honor qualified Sergeant Marcus as an expert, it was pinpointed in time, or I don't believe Your Honor made a ruling. Well, you're an expert as you testified here today, but I'm not going to find that you were an expert earlier. So I think saying he was not an expert is not the proper phrasing for that.
So I believe you got involved earlier, that's fine. You were involved at a time when they were suspects to this crime.
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed with it right to the very end. Is that correct, sir?
I did. I conducted some follow-ups and this analysis that I presented yesterday.
And despite the multiple visits to Flint Lake Apartments, you and your investigative team operated under the impression that this crime occurred at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Is that correct, sir?
A early theory in the case was that this did occur or could have occurred at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, yes. It was one of the theories in the case.
I've been here, and we've been here to hear that changed. They didn't know for 40 years until Chris Dontel came in and told everything. Did you collect any other evidence other than the testimony of Chris Dontel that would change the crime scene, sir?
I personally did not know.
No. And you don't know of any either, do you, sir?
I'm sorry.
You don't know of any other evidence that was collected by any other part of your investigative team that modified the location of this crime until Chris Dontel made his deal with the state.
No, I'm not aware of any other evidence.
And so if we're to believe that this occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, then we've got to rely on Chris Dontel. Is that correct, sir?
Can you restate the question again?
If we're to believe that this crime occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, we've got to rely on the word of Chris Dontel.
I imagine that the jury would need to rely on all of the evidence presented in this case to make a decision.
But you didn't. You didn't change your opinion about where it occurred until Chris Dontel gave a statement, sir, that you co-signed. Put your name on it.
Quite often during an investigation, when new evidence comes to light, it can change the direction of the investigation.
Okay. So you agree with me?
Agree with you on what part?
That's what changed the direction of your investigation, the word of Chris Dontel.
Chris Dontel's statement did add that extra evidence, and we did consider another crime scene.
And you were going to testify on December 6th at the trial, Chris Dontel, weren't you?
Yes, I was a state witness subpoenaed for that trial.
In fact, the presentation that I got was dated right before that, a few days before that trial. So you were going to present this essentially same information in the case of Chris Dontel.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's how we know we can't rely on your evidence, sir. You were going to use that same evidence to try to convince 12 people it happened at Flint Lake Apartments. I mean, at the Broken Funeral Home. Weren't you, sir?
I was going to present my analysis as part of this courtroom this trial, yes.
And when you got to the part where when Megan Jackson was picked up, where Red Rice was picked up by Megan Jackson, were you going to say, oh, and right here, by the way, she killed him? You weren't worried.
No, sir.
You were going to say she picked him up and delivered him to the Merle Funeral Home alive.
No, sir.
Oh, really?
My presentation cannot establish at what point in time Gregory Rice's life ended. It just shows the location of the devices during that period in time on October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
But in your case against Chris Dontel, your evidence was going to be used to show a jury that he was alive when he got to the Broken Funeral Home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your evidence, your presentation, was going to be put up by the state to aid them in proving that Greg Rice was alive when he got to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
My presentation, again, doesn't depict whether someone was alive or dead at a particular period of time. It just shows the connections and the locations or the general area of where those devices were at that period of time.
You want to keep focusing just on your GPS, and I understand that, but you also were involved other ways in this case, weren't you, sir?
Yes, I did conduct some witness interviews.
Okay. And you had mentioned you read the data in this case. So I want to ask you about some of that data, and you can tell me whether or not you considered it, because I want to show this jury some context. Is that what you told us, right? Your GPS doesn't do a whole lot about context, does it?
The context depends on the data, yes.
Oh. Before we get there, I'm sorry. I want to back up real quick. There was a slide that just occurred to me that I didn't see in what was sent to me. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. I'm not putting any casting aspersions on anybody, but there was a 10:05 movement. Y'all kind of threw in there a 10:05 movement that I hadn't seen before, showing that Greg Rice was leaving. I think you said he was leaving the area. Is that what you said?
At 10:05, between 10:05 and 10:06 on October 2nd, 2020 is the first time that you see a tower shift that suggests that that device is moving away from his residence, yes.
But in your initial, you say residence that time?
The area of his residence, yes, sir.
Okay, because in the only timeline I ever got from y'all, not the one y'all showed in court, one I actually got, your timeline says Greg Rice left his apartment, his phone left his apartment at 10:05. Isn't that what your original timeline showed us?
The presentation shows his device leaving the area of his apartment at 10:05 p.m., just a little after 10:05.
Okay. And that probably would fit the narrative you would have been pitching in your case against Chris Dontel. Megan Jackson pulls in, she goes to his apartment. Like every man, he fiddles around for a couple seconds. He comes out and gets in the car, and there's a minute drive to get out at 10:06. You agree with that?
Can you restate that, sir?
Sure. You'd have been testifying. Maegan Jackson pulls into Flint Lake Apartments. She comes through the gate at 10 o'clock at Arrowhead. She makes her way down, pulls up to Greg Rice's apartment. He comes out, gets in the car, and they leave at 10, and they leave the apartment at 10:05, and they're out the gate at 10:06.
So my testimony was that the cell site location information for those Greg Rice's device shows he was in the area of, or the phone was in the area of his house for that period of time. Right around 10 o'clock, the license plate reader for Maegan Jackson's vehicle is picked up as it's coming into the village of Arrowhead. At 10:05 p.m., just before 10:06 p.m., you see the tower shift for Greg Rice's phones. And at 10:06 p.m., Maegan Jackson's van is picked up by the license plate reader leaving Arrowhead.
And we know the state would have had to try to spin that as Maegan Jackson has a live person in her car, Greg Rice. Because part of your presentation also was that Dontel was still back at the funeral home. Is that right?
Again,
That's a mischaracterization of the presentation and his testimony.
Again, my presentation and my testimony only shows the movement of these devices or this data displayed on the map. The phone's in a particular area, it moving, the license plate reader capturing a car, it moving, nothing more.
Okay. So you agree with me then that if this jury is part of a deliberation is require someone to develop an intent, to even a motive, what you presented is not very helpful.
Your Honor, that's also a mischaracterization of the law because motive is not an element of the crime.
Go ahead.
Again, my presentation only shows the movement of these devices and from the data that I analyzed.
Okay. Now, one of your slides, let's look at, you still have it up there?
I still have these slides up here, yes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to take a peek at the slide when Maegan Jackson is leaving River's Edge.
Which one?
It's the LPR. It's actually a still photo, I believe, sir.
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If you could show me those so I make sure I have the correct
No
one.
problem. This one right here. You don't have to get, I'll show the jury with my hand covered over and over. Sure. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. What do we have here? This particular slide shows a still image that was captured or from the security footage from the gate leaving River's Edge community. One of these images depicts the van driven by Maegan Jackson, or typically driven by Maegan Jackson, and the other one is a Ford Explorer. That is consistent with what Christopher Dontel drives.
Okay. And although difficult to see, you are aware that there's something in the passenger seat of Maegan Jackson's vehicle. And it is hard to see. You know it's there.
Yes, there appears to be an object in her seat.
And that object has a name, doesn't it, sir? You know from your investigation, that object has a name. Blow Up Betty. Right? You aware of that?
I believe there was a reference to something called Blow Up Betty, yes.
Okay. And if you consider the data, and I'm going to test you what data you consider more specifically, you would know there was a conversation, a chat. In fact, maybe I'll put in notes. There was a chat between Maegan Jackson and Chris Dontel where he asked to go to a shooting range that night, right?
Yes.
And she says, I'll bring who?
Blow Up Betty.
That's right. On the night of October 2nd, the context you have, this section jury hasn't seen yet, is what's on Maegan Jackson's mind is sex. Sir?
Was there a question with that, sir?
Isn't that right?
I have no idea what's going through Maegan Jackson's mind at any point in time.
You would agree with me, though, that if you consider the data, you would know that she was saying we can fool around with Blow Up Betty, right? There was some context there again.
Was made aware of the message. I don't know the entire content of the chat.
And so, yeah, it looks sketchy going out there to the preserve. But you also know if you read the data, that that's something they did pretty often. Well before any issues with Greg Rice, Maegan Jackson liked to go out and shoot some guns. Shoot a gun, right?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You mean to tell me you didn't read the data in this case to get an understanding about their relationship?
No, sir, that was not my purview in this case. That was not my function in this case.
Sir, that is part of your extracted data.
I did not extract that particular phone.
That's right. That's right. But you were allowed to testify to a phone that you did not extract. So I'm going to ask you about some other data that you did not extract. Sorry, I got too much call. Court's indulgence. In that data, it is extremely clear with pictures, messages that the affair going on between Maegan Jackson and Chris Dontel is hot and heavy. Agree with that?
Again, I didn't look at all of the data in these phones.
So we can mark that down as data you did not consider. I guess you also didn't consider how common it was for them to park their car at a place like Lowe's or the fire station, leave a vehicle there, leave Chris's vehicle there specifically, and go in her car back to Maegan Jackson's house.
That did come up in the investigation, yes.
Okay. And as a GPS guy, you could have tracked that to verify that that was part of their habit.
If that data was available, yes.
if it was available. So, and we know it is, the extraction is volumes of information, right?
Yes.
It's volumes of information. And part of that information also shows you that Chris Dontel was lying over and over and over and over and over again to his wife.
That is information that came up during the investigation. However, it was not information that I reviewed for my analysis.
There's also information in there, maybe you had a chance to review this, that Greg Rice was sending messages to Erica Dontel anonymously, that Maegan Jackson was pregnant with her husband. Greg Rice was exposing the affair in Maegan Jackson's pregnancy. That's part of the data from the extraction.
Objection, there's no
Isn't
question
it?
there. Your
Isn't
Honor.
Let's ask you a question.
Isn't it, sir?
There was a lot of devices that were extracted. I did not review all of them. I know that the affair was brought up during the investigation, was learned during the investigation, but the specifics behind how the affair was outed, I don't have any information on.
So you did not consider the data that related to Greg Rice causing Chris Dontel a massive nightmare in terms of his relationship with Maegan Jackson and her pregnancy. Is that what you're telling the story?
That information is not considered relevant when you're trying to determine the location of a device at a particular period of time.
That's not all you're doing, sir. I mean, that's not all you're doing, sir. You were involved in this investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. That is not a question.
Weren't you, sir?
Sustained,
Yes, sir.
keep it to questions, don't testify to the jury.
Yes, sir. Did you consider any information, any text between Chris Dontel and Maegan Jackson, where Chris Dontel identified that he was afraid of Greg Rice?
No, sir. Again, that was not part of my part in this particular case. All of that would have been done by a different detective.
Okay. You don't, if we see here today, you missed that part, the extraction, where he's so nervous about Greg Rice, he's scared to go to his mailbox.
Again, that was not data that was pertinent to my part of the investigation. That's not something I reviewed.
So you also might not have reviewed, maybe you did, I don't know, maybe someone shared this portion of the data with you, that Chris Dontel was seen sneaking around the Mortgage Funeral Home on September 20th, sir, by himself. Isn't that right?
I have no information about anything regarding that.
Looking for a key, sir? You don't know about that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Did you see in the data where 5 days later or so, he lied to Maegan Jackson about having found a key to the funeral home in his car? Did you review that data?
Again, that was information not reviewed by me. I have no knowledge of any of that.
And not only, and you would agree with me though, that if you're trying to determine motive, intent, why people are where they are this evening, that kind of information might be beneficial. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Yeah, so
question?
we're trying to figure out why people are where they are, what's going on in their relationships and in their lives, provides context for us. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sometimes the location information can be helpful in, sometimes context about people's lives can be helpful in determining whether location information is normal or abnormal.
It could also maybe help you determine whether or not Chris Dontel is being reliable when he tells you a story about what happened.
If someone had mentioned that they were at a particular point in time and you took location information that you had for that same point in time, you could help corroborate or dispel a statement, yes.
Okay. So we know that on December 6th, you co-signed a statement that Chris Dontel wrote. And in that statement, where did he tell you, what he told you that Chris Dontel, he told you that he was at the funeral home and Maegan Jackson just brought him a body. Is that correct? That's essentially what he told us.
Do you have a copy of the statement that I can look at so that I can testify to it accurately?
I didn't have it. Excuse me. Let me give you this one. This was one we got. I'm gonna see if I can find what was provided to us, government witnesses.
I'm sorry, Ryan, can I just see what he's showing the witness?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the version of that.
I'm happy to just look at what he's handing the witness. If you want a copy, I just want to see what he's showing.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Take time. Give her.
Yes, I recognize this. What is the question again?
See if I can remember. Oh yeah, on this date you signed this document, Chris Dontel's version of events are that Maegan Jackson, without his knowledge, on her own accord, drove over, took up Greg Rice, and came back with a body, dead body. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this was a statement that was provided to us. However, he recanted that statement shortly afterward.
So you sat down with him, right, because you signed it, sir?
Correct.
This is the story he told. And then, within an hour, how long was it before he came up with a new story?
Sure, within an hour, I guess is inaccurate.
Within 1 hour. That man goes from saying a body was brought to him to now what is he telling him, wants to believe? That he was he an eyewitness? Is that what he told you?
He was a witness.
Now he's trying to tell you he went with Maegan Jackson over to Greg Rice's apartment. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And he witnessed the whole thing. Is that what he told you, sir?
Yes.
So could you, based on, after you got that information, did you make a trip back out to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, so we made the trip to Flint Lake Apartments before speaking with Christopher Dontel.
And then after he changed the story and told you that he was a witness to it, did you guys go back out there after that?
No, sir.
So he didn't like take you and show you where this occurred?
I believe he drew something at that time.
Oh. I must have had. So based on the drawing that I don't believe I have, where does he, in his most recent version, claiming this occurred?
Roadside on Arrowhead Boulevard, before you get to Flint Lake Apartments.
Okay. And don't we know that can't be true, sir?
No,
Okay. Well, if he's out there on the roadside already, then he's left his apartment, hasn't he?
who has?
Greg Rice has already left his apartment, hasn't he?
I don't have the ability to answer that question. I have
You
no idea if
do,
he
sir.
did or
You are
not.
here for GPS, don't you, sir?
I am here for the cell site location information and GPS. That's correct.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't believe Tristan Tell has changed version, and he says it happened out there on Arrowhead Road, right? Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Which is away from the apartment, correct, sir?
It is in between the apartment and the license plate reader hit at Clay Pond and Arrowhead Boulevard.
That's right. And so if his phone doesn't ping change directions until 10:05, we know that can't be true, sir,
Can you,
because he has to already be out there.
I don't understand the question.
He should.
Objection, Your Honor.
I apologize. Y'all slung into the presentation a 10:05 ping. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, there was a 10:05 connection that shows that the device is moving.
That's right. And for him to get from his apartment to somewhere down the road on Arrowhead, he's got to walk, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay? And when he starts, I'm sorry,
Or ride in a car.
okay? But that's not what his statement says, is it, sir?
Whose statement?
Don Tell doesn't say that anybody gave him a ride from the apartment out to the road.
The written statement, no.
How about the other statement?
His verbal statement did not say that someone gave him a ride from the apartment to the road.
Okay. So there's a lot of inferencing going on, but we probably infer that he walked and someone's going to pick him up, right?
From what I understand from the statement, it was supposed to be Maegan Jackson and Christopher Dontel picking him up.
Okay. So he was going to walk to that area. So we can assume, pretty safely assume he walked, right, sir?
Okay?
Okay. Would you agree with that, don't you?
That he walked?
Yeah.
I have no information to say that he didn't or did.
Okay. And your testimony yesterday was that when those phones start to move, that's when they ping to a new location. Isn't that correct, sir?
My testimony yesterday was at between 6 o'clock, I believe 5 o'clock and 9, almost 10 o'clock at night, 10:05. The Greg Rice's phone was pinging in the same area, which was at his residence. And at 10:05 was the very first movement, which was a change in tower that we saw, which corresponded with a license plate reader hit of Maegan Jackson's van.
But if it's pinging, sir, if it's pinging and this story is accurate, how then does it not ping before 10:05 if he left his apartment and is walking to a location to be picked up?
The section of road, number one, is serviced by that same tower area around his house. Number two, the cell site location information was collected and analyzed is only captured when the device makes that connection to the tower. There was a period of time for about 2 or 3 minutes that there were no connections to the tower.
So then you don't know. Just tell me, you don't know when Greg Rice left his apartment.
I can give you a time frame of a few minutes, but I can't get any tighter than that.
Yeah. As we sit here today, you also had some more involvement in this case. I want to remind you, if I could, sir. Didn't you field a call and create a report related to an incident where Chris Dontel
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
All right, sidebars. Susie, she is in custody after she got revoked on her parole because she was out on bond for before this trial, but then she got revoked because she broke one of the conditions of her parole was not to have contact with Dontrell when they were out at the same time, and they got thrown back into custody. So she is in custody at the moment. So yeah. And yeah, great. I just woke up the baby. It's okay. She will go back to sleep. She's just fine. So yeah, sidebar. So this I think she is medicated. I don't know. It's just so weird. She is so weird looking in the faces that she makes. Something has to be going on there. That's for sure. And court went at the wrong time on break because Annie was just going to sleep. Literally just had to put her down. But yeah, she was out on bond. I can't believe that she got revoked, and she still has to pay the bond no matter what. But yeah, she got revoked because she can't follow rules. So I wonder, yeah. So yeah, this is great. It's like this attorney's not giving up. It's just asking the same questions. We are going over the thing. Maybe that's what is going on the sidebar is that the prosecution is complaining that he's going beating in around the same bush, basically.
Sir, you were involved in a subsequent investigation. It was during 4 or 5 years of this investigation that included Chris Dontel allegedly attempting to hire someone to kill Maegan Jackson. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
As we sit here today, are you prepared to ask this jury to take the word of Chris Dontel, who, as you know from your data review, had a very hot relationship with my client, Maegan Jackson, behind her back, over and over again, right? That was part of this investigation, right? Is it fair?
Correct.
So he's lying to her. He stood up in this, and he's also, not only is he lying to her, he lied to this court. He lied to this court too, didn't he, sir? Because you know that on the day that he took a plea, right? On the day that he took a plea, that same day, he gave you 2 different versions of the event. Isn't that correct, sir? December 6th, 2024.
I don't recall if that was the same day of his trial or plea or not.
Okay. On December 6th, 2024, after he made a statement in court about his involvement in the case, he then sat down with you, sir. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if he gave a statement of his involvement in this courtroom or not, sir. I wasn't in the courtroom at the time that that trial occurred at the time. I was a sequestered witness.
When you sat down with him, you knew that he struck a deal.
I knew that he had pled to a charge presented in court at the time, yes.
Okay. And in the statement that he gave you, there is no evidence, no testimony from him that there was any kind of joint planned attempt to kill Greg Rice. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And in the second version that he told, where he says he was with her, in that version, it was still a surprise to him. She just jumped out the car and started firing. Isn't that what he said, sir?
Yes.
And so in his second version, he doesn't talk about there being any plan or agreement to kill Ray Rice. You agree with that, don't you?
To my recollection, yes.
And so after all this time, that's the person you're asking this jury to rely on to help you establish a crime scene, a motive, intent. Is that something you're asking them to rely on, sir?
That particular question belongs to the solicitor. My part in this is just to present the data that I analyzed to the jury so that they can make their decision at the end of everything.
But you signed the statement, sir.
I signed the statement as a witness stating that I observed it.
Okay, and you took the interview. Didn't you, sir?
The case agent took the interview, not me. I was just present.
You were present.
Yes.
Didn't take it. Court's indulgence, please. Here's somewhere. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In your data, well, in his statement, one of the things he told you is that she was the one who always has to go to the shooting range. Isn't that right?
In which statement?
That's right. I'm sorry. In the one that you handwrote.
I don't recall.
Would you like to see it?
May I ask for the copy that was stapled just a minute ago? That's the one I recognized earlier. This one appears to have a bad copy at the top, cut off a line or two.
Anybody was doing that, you know. All right.
Thank you. Bear with me a moment. This is 4 or 5 pages long. I'm trying to find
No problem.
if there's any reference in here.
No problem. And I'm getting close to being done.
Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I just thought I recalled a reference where Chris Dontel says that David Jackson was the one who always Asked about going to the shooting range.
There is a reference in here about liking to go to, always went shooting. This is specific.
That's the phrase.
And always went shooting.
You, in your data review, and I just want to make it clear for the record, you didn't consider, maybe you did you consider that on 9/28, 4 days before the disappearance of Greg Rice, that Maegan Jackson warns Chris Dontel to be on the lookout for Greg Rice?
That was not part of my review, no. I'm not aware of any messages along those lines.
And you also then didn't review the follow-up message where she says, I just talked to Greg Rice, and if he sees Erica Dontel, your wife, he will tell her to her face what is going on. Do you consider that?
I'm not aware of any such messages, no, whether they exist or not.
Okay. We have one more question. That's the little thing. On September 30th, just a few days before the disappearance of Greg Rice, Maegan Jackson took groceries to his house for him.
I'm not aware of any such event, whether it existed or not.
You didn't see that message where Maegan Jackson said, I'm headed over to take Greg Rice groceries?
Again, I'm not aware of any such information, whether it exists or not.
So. No further questions, Carl. All right, you're right.
I'm going to sort of start at the end there. Just because someone texts something, does that mean they're telling the truth?
No.
And isn't it often that someone will text someone something and it is an outright lie?
I imagine that happens.
Would that be more or less likely if someone is planning a murder, that they would be less than truthful?
Most people that I've dealt with in my career are not necessarily truthful when they're involved in criminal activity.
And let me also just flesh out the rest of this incident where Mr. Dontel allegedly tried to have his co-defendant killed. First of all, let's give the whole story. The allegation was also that he was going to try and have me killed, correct?
Correct.
Did you and other investigators try to substantiate that allegation?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to?
No.
Meaning that there was no evidence that that actually happened.
Correct.
There's been quite a bit of questioning about Greg Rice's movements, from his apartment and in between that time and the hit on the LPR. The sectors are simply meant to show that the cell phone or the device is hitting off that same tower, correct?
Yes, there's 3 sectors on each tower. They point in 120-degree arcs in different directions. And those... What was the last part of your question? I apologize.
That's okay. Let me ask it this way. Is it possible for someone to be walking, but their device still connecting to the same tower?
Yes, if it's the strongest signal. If it's the strongest signal that the phone sees, it would still continue to connect to that tower.
When would it switch? When it found a stronger signal?
Correct.
The data that you had, that you analyzed for that particular point in time, was that simply tower information, meaning a device hitting off of a tower, or did you have Greg Rice's geolocation data?
I had no geolocation data for Greg Rice. I only had cell site location information.
Is geolocation data the one that is more accurate as to placing a device in a particular spot?
Yes, stereotypically, it is much more accurate than cell site location information.
and I've had to say this several times, but when was your task with the cell phone analysis to determine device location or to determine content of communications?
So my task was to analyze geolocation information from cell phone records provided by the providers and if that information was present on an actual device. Context was never part of my task for this particular investigation.
Would the content of either a phone call or a text message change where the phone is located?
No, not at the time of connection.
There were also quite a few questions about Christopher Dontel not telling the truth in interviews. Based on your review of or your participation in the investigation, did Ms. Jackson always tell the truth in those interviews?
No.
Is it fairly normal? Well, I'll ask it this way. How many criminal investigations have you been involved in your career? I know you'll probably have to estimate, but
18 years career, thousands. I would say over 10,000 cases.
when you speak with suspects, how often, if you can estimate, do they tell the truth right out the gate?
Very rarely.
Are you familiar with the term progressive truth telling?
I've heard it before, yes.
What does that mean?
It's essentially a person will give a portion of the truth as they tell a story, and then as they're presented with facts or evidence that could dispel portions of it, they'll tell more and more of that story that has more and more of the truth in it.
Court's indulgence. So one of the things that might be used to, I guess, sort of confront someone, things like license plate readers, geolocation data, cell site location information.
Yes, during an interview, yes, we would use that information to help corroborate their statement or dispel it.
So if, for example, Maegan Jackson said that she never went to Arrowhead Community the night of October 2nd, the LPR data could be used to contradict that, correct?
Correct, as well as the cell site location information.
I may have asked you this yesterday. We've established that, well, would it be possible for Greg Rice to have walked from his apartment, started towards the Clay Pond Drive exit, and used the same tower for a good bit of that time?
Yes.
When you looked at the two LPR hits that indicated that the van was in the Arrowhead community for about 6 or 7 minutes, did you go out and see whether it would be, how reasonable it was that the van could go in and out that quickly?
I did go out and test that, drove that myself, and you can drive from the LPR, which is at the entrance of Fairhead, down to the Flint Lake Apartments, to his apartment, and turn around and drive back with some time to spare within that roughly 5.5 minute time frame.
Would that time, the sort of extra time, expand if Greg Rice had left his apartment and was walking down the road?
Yes.
There were also some questions about the date on your presentation. Maegan Jackson was actually listed for trial in December, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So was your presentation prepared for the December trial of Maegan Jackson?
Correct.
Did you in fact have a slightly different presentation for Christopher Dontel?
I did.
court's indulgence. There was also this question about blow up Betty. I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Britton was inferring, but it seemed that he was inferring that maybe that was some sort of, it was going to be used as a sex toy. Could blow up Betty also be used for target practice?
I imagine you could, yes.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment. The presentation that you created and that we showed the jury, that was created prior to the December trial date, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you learn from Christopher Dontel that the murder had occurred in the Arrowhead community?
After I created my presentation.
Did you make any changes on your presentation based on that information?
No.
And again, are you using, so I'm not leading, are you using any of this geolocation data, this cell site location information, any of that, to say when specifically Greg Rice was alive or dead?
No.
Does the information, the cell phone information, seem to corroborate that Greg Rice was killed at some point in Horry County that night because his device stops connecting to a tower?
Yes, it does. It is abnormal. When we look at records, we'll typically look at a very long period of time of records if they're available. Looked, I believe, if I recall correctly, at least 3 months of his records, and there were constant connections to the tower on every day for 3 months, and then they suddenly stopped on October 2nd, 2020.
And based on your presentation and the data that you did analyze, of the 3 people, so Greg Rice, Maegan Jackson, and Christopher Dontel, were any combination of them together the entire night?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your
Yeah,
question?
that probably wasn't very well worded. I think your presentation started with the River's Edge LPR around 6:20 in the evening, ended the next day at like 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
During that span of time, did your location data support that Christopher Dontel and Maegan Jackson were together that entire time?
Yes, it did corroborate information. The investigation learned that they were together during that time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit.
Well, I'm not asking that you be released from your subpoena just in case I need to call you back. It's his.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break, take about a 10 or 15-minute break, put the notepads in the jury box, and I'll discuss. We got about 10 or 15 minutes.
If I wouldn't mute, would it be better to to speak. Otherwise, yeah. Yes, we did play. Yes, we did play the Laurie Vallow closing, the latest one. Um, yes, we did. Absolutely, because I mean, who not gonna miss that? Because otherwise, oh, they have some.
All right, let's take about a 15-minute break.
So yeah, the one button I should push, I did not push because that unmutes me to speak. Even though I have a very cute sleeping baby here, and she looks so peaceful, but I think we should be fine because I fed her, I changed her, and now she's sleeping again. So see, all good, all perfect. Oh, sorry about that, Mandy. They're not too often, so I think you should be fine, in terms of the ad. But I mean. I'm sorry, but so far, this past almost an hour of trial, 2 hours, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say anything, but it's been a little bit boring because it's been a lot of, like, the phone data. The spiciness was good, but it was I'm sorry, boring testimony. I want to watch don't tell. How you saying his name again? Sorry, I keep saying don't tell, but I don't think it's don't tell. I think it's don't tell, like don't tell. Sorry, me and my bad jokes. But yeah, so I think it's been just the spiciness was good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that the defense attorney, he needs to either go back to lawyer school, or he needs to learn to chill down and everything. The defense is just hammering away on the same points. Yes, don't tell. Oh, he has. Oh, don't tell. don't don't trail. Okay, right. Okay, I keep saying don't trail, but I'm not 100% sure. So dumb, dumb trail. I think William has the best option. Yeah, dumb trail. Well, oh my days, that is so funny. Yeah. So I think next we might hear uh don't trail or don't trail fall. So so um we might hear from him, but yeah. Oh, we don't know. We'll see what we'll see because I think the defense attorneys keep saying don't tell or don't, but I keep saying don't tell. So we'll find out where it is. Oh, sorry about that, Mandy. I mean, it's okay. I mean, you can just enjoy the chat and jump on the bagwagon if you want to, or if you think that she's not guilty, you can go on that one too, because you know it's all good here. But I don't know. I have my doubts this one so far. I I mean, all the evidence that we've seen, yes, point that she was involved. Um, yeah. Oh, they are coming. They are coming. They are definitely coming, Sissy. They are coming. Believe me. We have Donna Alderson coming up. We have Steven Stearns coming up. We have the pizza delivery girl coming up. Um, what else have we got coming up? Oh, it's Don't Tell. Oh, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that for looking it up. I really appreciate it, Cindy, very much so. And yes, absolutely. And Florida has many cases to come up. I mean, they could pick and choose. I'm still surprised that Lori doesn't ask a case in Florida, but oh well. Um, yeah, exactly. Well, the same way I pronounce your name, isn't it? Yeah, she still pronounced the way that she wants to. I'm still gonna pronounce Dumtrell, or whatever you wanna call him. Oh, that'll be hilarious. Um, so it's just I have my doubts, but yes, there is a lot of evidence that is like pointing to her, but it's said it with love. Oh, I know you said it with love. I appreciate you. I do. I know I need to work on your name. and I was watching a show, and I think I said that a show that I was watching the other day, the same show that I've been watching for a while because I binge watched them, and it's they had someone there with your name, and I went back so many times to try to learn, but yeah, did not stick in my head, so I apologize for that. Yes, sorry, Florida, it is a hot mess. I mean, they have an abundance of cases. Ooh, that is crazy. I mean, just especially, the Steven Stern's one is gonna be a hot mess. Donna Alderson is gonna be another big hot mess in that thing. What else? The pizza delivery. Um, the pizza delivery trial is gonna be another good one that I am hoping that they do it. Um, so yeah. Oh, but I was looking at. Thank you. I really appreciate that you don't mind, and I do feel bad that I always mispronounce it, but thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, my friends. Oh, Hamandi William is saying hello, to you. So it is, yeah. So I was looking. Oh, you don't know the pizza delivery case? Oh, Cindy. I have to introduce you to that case. So, talking about the pizza delivery case, Brianna Avello, from Florida, Kissimmee, Florida. She was a pizza delivery girl that worked for Marco's Pizza. Oh, good morning, Nancy. Hello, good morning. Good to see you. Um, I hope you are okay. Lay in today. Nice one. I'm glad you did. Probably had one. Cindy, Brianna Alvello. So she was oh yes, Nancy, yes, very spicy. The phew, the defense got very spicy with the witness. It was, him being kicking about, talking about. He got very very spicy. Did I say that wrong? Kissimmee, Florida. So she was a pizza delivery girl from Marco's Pizza, and that she was delivering a pizza to a customer in a motel that was celebrating a birthday, I believe, with her boyfriend and another kid that she had. And she delivered the pizza. The girl does the woman that is accepting the pizzas doesn't has the correct change. So the pizza delivery girl that uh thought that it was a big tip, but it wasn't. The other girl was not very happy with it, so she scrambled the money together, and she ended up only giving a $2 tip for the pizza instead of, I think, a 17 that it was previously. So the girl that was delivering the pizza wasn't happy, so she went back to the pizzeria. I think kind of finished the shift, but I think while on break she goes back to the motel with a boyfriend or someone that she was with, poked to the customer, right, that she had just had delivered the pizza to, then threatened the other guy as well. But then then the woman ends up in hospital, finds out that she was pregnant, and Brianna got arrested, and she's been inside since Christmas of last year, because of that, and they won't give her yeah, he won't give her a bond, and now she's about to go to trial in August. So it is absolutely insane. Date night was amazing, Nancy. Thank you very much for asking. We end up end up buying a phone for Garden Bot as well, because I got a new one. Garden Bot was jealous, so we end up getting him a phone. So then I came home and I had to set up both phones, and I'm still not even halfway through set up my phone. I did finish his phone because he needed to go to work and he needed his phone operational, so a lot of work. My thing is, do not change phones because it was a craziness. I don't like it. So let's see if I can still got the stupid look. Yeah, she does. Oh, ki- kiss and me. Oh, sorry, kiss and me. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Cindy, for correcting me there. Kiss and me. Thank you. I think I saw it correctly on the video. I've done 2 videos on this case, on the pizza delivery case. You can find it on the channel, but yeah, over a bad tip. About a $2 tip. She starved the other person. So yeah, it's like the homie look. Yes, so that's she still is giving that look. So that is a case that I really want to follow, and hasn't been much going on, but I'm trying to give updates on her to see like where else is new. But the trial got moved. She was supposed to go on trial in a few days. But it got postponed. Her accomplice was already arrested as well, so there is also him on the case. So I mean, it's crazy. Oh, thank you very much for that. I really really appreciate it. Sometimes I do feel bad that you know um I yeah, I feel bad that I mispronounce words, and it is very, very hard. So, yeah. Oh, oh, money. Thank you. My English is great. I don't think so, but thank you. I am from Portugal. I am in England at the moment. So yeah, I'm just a crazy Portuguese girl living in the UK and covering US trials. That makes sense. Oh yeah, Steven Stern's pizza delivery. Yeah, it's not the great. Yeah, and now Donna, she doesn't want to go there, but she wants to go from Tallahassee to back to Miami. Um, oh, thank you. No, it is not my native language, but I think my English is better than my native language, because it's I barely speak Portuguese, and I'm trying to teach Anya because I want her to learn Portuguese. I think it would be useful to know a second language from birth. That I think that would be awesome, but I am struggling, so I need to improve my English like ASAP. Oh, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. You guys are so kind and so nice to me. You don't have it. You don't need to be that like kind to me. You can, Um, sadly, in the UK, they don't live stream trials. Um, they stream only sentences at the moment. They only do sentencing remarks out of the cases. They don't live stream anything, sadly. But I think that's about to change because there is a sentencing, and even the sentencings they do, it's not live stream, so it's recorded and posted after it happens, so it's not like live. But we still can see. Maybe on lunch break I can show one sentence from the UK to show you what I mean. And then uh the what I was saying is that might change because there is a sentencing coming up for a sycamore gap tree. There was a tree very good and very important in the area where I live in Newcastle, and the guys got found guilty on the trial, and the sentence is supposed to be live streamed because it's gonna be catching a lot of attention, and I'm gonna thinking of live streaming that. I just need to find where it's going to be live stream and find that all of that information. I do need to work that maybe tomorrow morning, um, and then set up. We might miss it because if it is in the morning of the UK time, it's going to be like middle of the night for y'all. But we can see what we can do and just work around that. Um, yeah, I do speak 7 languages. I'm crazy. I'm crazy that I speak 7 languages. I know I'm a nerd. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I just I'm a nerd. I like learning. Even though I keep saying I need to update the spreadsheet, I haven't updated since Maxwell Anderson, and that is not good because I'm not even included this trial in it, and I need to because it's absolutely crazy. Oh, and I need to start catching that YouTuber that got unalived during a live stream. It's absolutely insane, that case as well, from Las Vegas. How about the person who ran people over? Oh yes, that one was in the UK. He has had his first hearing. I don't know what is really happening with him. I need to investigate on him and get you an update on him and see, figure it out what's happening. I don't know if they are gonna live stream anything about him, but we'll see. Um, Oh wow, that is awesome. I do like learning a new language. It gives me like I used to as gap filling the time gap time thing, but right now I I don't have much time at the moment. So yeah, I haven't learned a language in about a year or so because yeah, time has gone out of the window. But I hate to think I would pronounce think you would. I mean, there are some words that are easy to pronounce, but obviously there are or others that it's very very hard, and not even Portuguese native Portuguese sometimes they can pronounce themselves. I can't. There is one word that I can't pronounce, but oh, yeah, many roadways, canals, Vegas. It's wild and sad. I know it is so very sad, and all the drama that like caused the people around that people that was just like on the strip and everything that was passing by and everything, and just yeah. That's impressive. I'm not going to get English more out the way. I heard that the other day. He listens, hitting the road. He's still listening. Oh, okay. Oh, Stephanie, thank you. You are so kind. And you are lurking. He's just making sure that I'm not saying anything. No, I'm joking. Oh my days. So it's just oh, I need to I can't laugh. The baby doesn't like it when I'm laughing. Sorry, Papa. You go back to sleep. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I think one of these days I need to do just a live stream with the baby. I think that would be a very popular stream. No, I'm joking. No, I'm gonna use it like that. I'm just joking, Papa. Um, yes, definitely be safe. Is anyone else audio glitchy or just mine? Am I in the water again? Uh, am I in the water? Am I drinking? Am I in the water again? I did not touch anything. I did restart the computer before stream. I do not know. Is anyone uh like oh okay. Sound is fine for you, sound not for me. Okay. Maybe it's you, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you oh it's better. Oh okay, good. Oh, it's good on your end. Okay, that is fine. Awesome. That's better. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. I thought that I was under the water again, and I was like, I'm not under water this time. I'm just barely above water, but I am. Um so we're just waiting for them to come back. I think oh I don't know why am I not getting notifications on my phone. I got a notification from Annie's mom and she's it did not ping. But anyway, let me just answer this one. She's doing great. She ate, she went to the toilet and back asleep. Let me just take a picture of proof of life of the baby. There you go. To send to the mom so she. So it's a proof of life. No, it was breaking and out. My must be me. Oh, okay, all right. I'm good. I'm glad that I'm sorry, but I'm glad it was on your end. I forgot to change. Life 360, that very famous app that everyone keeps mentioning. Um, you know to track people, and I forgot to change to the garden. I bought a new phone and now I can't track him, so I don't know where garden bot is. I need to know. I've got to know where my husband is at all times. It says that it's at home. No, it's not. I do not see him at home. So I know, thank you. She's such a good baby. She is the best baby ever. I mean, she's so quiet. She just eats, sleep, and repeats. Well, at the moment, and hopefully she will stay for a very long time like that. So yeah. Oh, but come on, I just want to check live to make sure that I don't miss her mom coming. Um. So yeah. So break time should be almost over by now, right? Um, because otherwise, so good am I end of that? Oh my god, lost my days. I get that once in a while. Just start over on the stream and clears. Oh, okay, awesome. Live 360. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Cindy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that is harsh. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's forget that I said that word, okay? Let's not mention that again. Let's just call them the tracking app. Um, let's just call them the tracking app and not speaking of it
Yes.
again. Oh, yay! Court is back to save me. Awesome. Before I put myself deeper in a ditch
All
somehow.
right, over the break, the bailiff came and told me when you publish something to the jury, make sure all of them get to see it and give them time to look at it. I think last time during your cross-examination, some of them said they didn't get to see what you were trying to publish to them. All right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Your Honor, just as a matter of scheduling, I do have two doctors here who traveled from Charleston. I believe we should be able to get through them before lunch, but I would ask that we try and do that since they did travel from Charleston this morning.
It depends on how long they take, okay?
Yes.
We got lunch coming for the jury, so, we're not gonna go it on, we're gonna break for lunch. If we have to go over a little bit, that's fine, but, we're not gonna go past one, I can tell you that.
Pardon me?
We're not gonna go past one. We're
Oh,
gonna
no,
go
I
past
don't
one.
think we will.
Yeah.
The two doctors are the forensic pathologist and then a forensic odontologist.
All right.
We should be well within that time.
All right. Anything from the state, else from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
All right, jury's coming in. Oh, hello, case. Sorry, case one. Sorry, I jerked myself at the same time. I was saying good morning. Hello, good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're okay. How is Karen Reed today? I know they are doing charge conference, so not. That's a bit boring, isn't it? We are gonna. By the way, case one. I'm gonna do a poll in a second. I'm just waiting for something, but I can always ask them as well in private. But I am thinking of doing closings tomorrow for Karen Reed in the morning, and then catch up on this case for the rest of the day, depending of where we are. But I was gonna do a poll in a second. I was gonna do a poll to see what everyone was thinking, but yeah. Oh, is it over now? Wow. Are they done for the day or they're gonna go do closings today? That was quick. That was a very quick thing. Um oh, I'm so sorry, Cindy. Oh, I can only imagine that it's still hard. I mean, my son has been 7 years and it's the hardest thing ever, but I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm sending you massive hugs.
Welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepad, not have anybody else's notepad. State can call you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Presnell.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Susan Aaron Presnell. It's Presnell.
Maegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Still good morning, Dr. Presnell. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I work at MUSC in Charleston.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been on faculty there since 1999, so going on 26 years.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Well, I think people are getting more familiar with what forensic pathology is, but just kind of to back up, forensic pathology is actually a subspecialty of pathology, the general field of pathology. And so pathology itself means the study of disease. And so pathologists diagnose disease. So like if you go to your doctor and get a biopsy of something, that tissue will go to the pathologist, they'll look at it and they diagnose it. Is it cancer? Is it not? So I trained in general pathology, but then I subspecialized in forensic pathology, where instead of just looking at a piece of tissue, we're looking at the entire body of somebody that's passed. And we are looking for diseases, but we're also evaluating for trauma. That process that we do that evaluation, of course, is called the autopsy. And then through the process of autopsy, we'll determine a cause and manner of death.
Can you tell us what your educational background is?
So I went to Clemson way back when, and majored in microbiology. After I finished Clemson, I moved to MUSC at Charleston for medical school. And then I've stayed there ever since. So that makes this easier. So I did my 4 years of medical school at MUSC Charleston. After medical school, I chose pathology as my area of specialty. Did that at Charleston. Then after that, I chose the year subspecialty in forensics done in Charleston. And after that, I was hired as a faculty there, and I've been there ever since. Along this way, I've taken the board, so I'm board certified in general pathology as well as forensic pathology. And then I also have a license to practice medicine in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier autopsies, that one of your duties is to perform autopsies. If you can you estimate how many autopsies you have done in your career?
So I'm over 200 a year, and so at 25 years, it's over 5,000.
What conclusions are you able to draw after completing an autopsy?
Well, it completely depends on the type of case. So again, I'm evaluating for diseases. A lot of our deaths are natural deaths, but we also evaluate, like I said, trauma, so we can have a traumatic cause of death as well.
Can you sometimes differentiate between, say, suicide and homicide?
Oh, well, yeah. So part of the process when we're evaluating the cause of death is to take in consideration the injuries as well as the circumstances and give our opinion as far as manner of death, which of manners of death, there's 4 types: natural, which I made reference to earlier, suicide, homicide, and accident.
Thank you. I forgot the manner of death word in my question. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times?
Again, an estimate over 100.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Presnell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any questions or comments?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to perform an autopsy on the victim, in this case, Gregory Rice?
Yes, I performed an autopsy on November 10th, 2020.
Can you describe the remains as you received them?
Well, Mr. Rice was decomposing. So just the process of decomposition causes tissues to deteriorate. So he had a lot of what we call skin slippage, where some of the skin has slipped off. He also had some maggot activity. So after death, flies can lay fly eggs on individuals. Those hatch into maggots, and the maggots actually eat some of the tissue. So he did have some maggot, quote, injury, postmortem injury as well.
Did that decomposition and maggot activity affect your ability to make certain conclusions as to wounds?
Well, certainly it does hamper some of that, yes.
What was the first thing you did once you received Mr. Rice's remains?
Well, I kind of follow a standard protocol for all my autopsies. So I'm going to photograph as I receive, as the body is received. So when the body is brought into the autopsy room, I'll take photographs. I kind of take photographs at all different steps of the autopsy. But then after that, we'll have to get them undressed so that we can evaluate everything, see everything. And during that process, I'll evaluate all the normal measurements, height, weight, that kind of thing, as well as injuries. Before we go to the inside to look at what's going on inside, we'll do ancillary studies depending on the type of case. Like for gunshot wounds, as in this case, we'll do x-rays to help us locate the bullets. After we finish with the external, then we'll go inside. We'll look for anything that's injured, any disease process. We'll also try to get some kind of fluid for toxicology testing. And then I examine all of the organs individually. Sometimes I'll take samples to look at under the microscope. Sometimes I won't need to. And that'll be the main steps of the autopsy. After that part's done, and I'll go and put the autopsy report together.
So you mentioned that you did x-rays in this case. What, if anything, did those x-rays show?
Oh, well, they show multiple bullets inside of Mr. Rice.
When you examine a body, especially in this case, do you have a diagram that you use to note the location of different injuries?
I do, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 71A and 71B.
Yes, these appear to be copies of the diagrams that I did at the time of autopsy.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Exhibits 71A and 71B into evidence.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 71A and 71B is admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, I'd also like to publish them for use during Dr. Presnell's testimony.
All right.
We'll start with 71B. And if you could, once it comes up, while it's coming up, how many different wounds were you able to determine from Mr. Rice's body?
He has at least 5 gunshot wounds, potentially up to 7. And I'll show you on the diagram. We'll walk through them. Is this a pointer or does it change?
That's actually a microphone, I think.
Oh.
Okay, oops, that top up. You hit that top up button, apparently it is.
Oh, okay. All right, so just in general, before we go over the diagrams, he has 5 definitive gunshot wounds. He has one to the left side of the head, one to the left side of the chest, 2 to the left hip, and 1 to the right thigh. All right, so we're going to go through those. In addition to that, he has a couple other holes that connect up. I just cannot definitively say that they're gunshot wounds. So this first gunshot wound, and when I say first, I don't mean that this is the first gunshot wound that happened. It's just in the order that I've done, that I've enumerated them. Is to this left temple area. You can see it's highlighted in pink. There we go. Right there. It's the only thing highlighted there. This bullet actually goes obviously from his left. We're on his left side. His left towards his right. It's going in an upward direction, and it's also going towards his back. So it's going in this direction. It goes into the brain. There's not a lot of substance or architecture left to the brain because it's mostly liquefied at this point. But there is a bullet inside the brain, and we recovered that and designated that as the bullet from the brain.
In certain circumstances, are you able to tell, based on soot or stippling, whether an approximate distance of shooter to victim?
So I mentioned that I evaluate injuries, and obviously this was a gunshot wound. There's a bullet at the end of it. But the other thing we'll look at is just trying to interpret like what type of, not just what type of injury, but other characteristics of it. So for example, with gunshot wounds, one of the things that we'll try to look at is whether there's evidence that the gun was a contact gunshot wound, like the barrel of the gun is actually against the skin, whether it's a close range gunshot wound or whether it's a distant gunshot wound. And the way that we tell is if there is a rim of soot around the entrance wound, that would be a contact gunshot wound. When the gun is pulled away, there is it's not only the bullet that is exiting the end of the barrel, but you also get what you call, or what is gunpowder. If you think of the gunpowder like little pieces of sand, when the bullet exits, the little gunpowder can exit as well, and those little pieces of sand can strike the skin and cause little abrasions. We call that stippling. If the gun's close enough, that will happen on the skin. So contact is the soot up against the skin. Close range is, you may or may not see soot, but you'll see the little stippling marks, and distant is beyond that. Now, all that explanation to say that I can't tell in this case because the skin has slipped away.
So based on the victim's decomposition, you weren't able to tell?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you can't tell the order of gunshots, but would that wound in and of itself have been fatal?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 71A. What? Yeah. Okay, yeah, she doesn't have a comment. Okay, so if you can just go through the other wounds that you were able to document.
Okay. You'll see a couple marks on here that didn't go anywhere. The pink ones are the entrance gunshot wounds that are definitive entrances. So again, first, but not necessarily first, we have the one to the left chest. Oh, that's okay. It's pretty well highlighted. So you have the one to the left chest, and it is going from his left towards his right. The only thing that I can tell is that it does damage the stomach. It ends kind of in the midline area, kind of right around where the aorta would be, but we have parts of the aorta missing, most likely from maggot activity. So I can't tell for sure if it did hit that or didn't. So that's the one to the chest. Then you'll see you have two to the left hip that are highlighted here. Their pathways are really close together. So think of it as two bullets going in. One bullet heads towards the tailbone, where I find the bullet.
You might have to stand up. I think there's a...
Okay. All right, so just to kind of reiterate, there's a gunshot that goes into the left chest, and it's going in towards the midline of the body. Definitely goes through stomach, may or may not have hit aorta, and I got the bullet from inside the body there. Then we have two on the hip. These both go in. One bullet ends up being in the right soft tissue, the soft tissue of the right hip, and the other ends up being in the tailbone. So I've got both of those bullets. And then the last one you can see here is into the right thigh, and it just goes backwards, and I get a bullet there. So I have retrieved 5 bullets from inside the body. And then you'll also see up here, there are there's areas where I have the circles colored blue. So if you look on the back of the right arm, so over on this right side of the diagram, you see those 2 blue circles?
Can I? Maybe I can help over here since our pointer's not working. Are you pointing to this area?
Yes, the 2 blue circles. Those 2 holes connect. I did x-rays in the area, but they don't really show any like bullet fragments or little shredding bullets or anything. So I can't be definitive that those are gunshots and not necessarily just maggot activity. And then on the left forearm, so in the middle here, the 2,
Is that where you're pointing here?
The 2 blue circles. Those are 2 holes that also connect. You see I have it on, one's on the pinky side. Well, actually they're both on the pinky side. One's up a little bit closer to the top of the forearm, and one's a little bit further down. Those two holes connect very nicely as well. Again, not necessarily any projectile fragments along the pathway, so I cannot be 100% definitive that that is an additional gunshot.
Would the fact that the victim's body had been basically submerged in water for approximately 5 weeks, would that have an effect on your ability to call those gunshot wounds versus possible gunshot wounds?
It's more that there was maggot activity and that maggots consume tissue, and so I can't be 100%. I mean, they look like gunshot wounds, but I can't be 100% that that's not maggot activity.
And you said that you recovered 5 bullets, so remember if I may approach 139 has already been admitted. Are those the bullets that you recovered from Mr. Rice's body?
Shall I open it?
Yeah, if you need to, I can. Well, I mean, if you're not able to tell without opening, yeah, let me get.
That's a little intimidating.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah,
I got it.
there you go. Okay.
I need the knife.
Sorry. Taylor, do you have scissors? That's all. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay, let's see. So we have the first one I'm looking at is labeled chest bullet. So that would be the one that I got from the midline of the chest. And it has the autopsy number that I'm associated with Mr. Rice. And then not his name, because when he came to us, he was originally not identified. So it has what we designated, the name that we gave him at the time of autopsy. Next one is the bullet from the right leg, or it would have been the right thigh area. Again, with the autopsy number and the designated name. Next is the bullet that we got from the right pelvis. So that would have been towards the front, the right hip area, with the autopsy number and the designated name. And then the bullet called sacral bullet, which is the tailbone bullet. Autopsy number and name, and then finally the bullet from the brain with the collection envelope, the autopsy number and name.
Before I move on, did you at some point send bones from Mr. Rice's body to be examined by a forensic odontologist?
I believe he came in and picked them up.
Oh, okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that you will often do or always do a toxicology exam as part of an autopsy.
Yes.
Was one done in this case?
It was. We couldn't get any. We would like to send blood to test for toxicology. Because we couldn't get any blood, we sent just some of the fluid that we got from the chest cavity. And that was tested and showed THC or marijuana.
What types of substances does that toxicology test for?
It's supposed to be comprehensive and pretty much for like all the normal typical drugs of abuse: amphetamine, cocaine, benzodiazepines, marijuana, opiates. But in this case, because of just the quality of the sample, they actually couldn't test for ibuprofen, and some of the diazepines or benzodiazepines. But it did test, like I said, it did pick up the marijuana. It also tested for alcohol, which was negative as well.
In your opinion, did any of the substances that you just testified to that were found in his bodily fluid contribute to the victim's death?
No.
So what is your opinion as to the cause and manner of Mr. Rice's death?
Right. Well, so I didn't specify any individual gunshot. I just said multiple gunshot wounds to the head, the torso, and the extremities. And the manner of death is homicide. In medical legal vocabulary or definition, that would indicate death at the hands of another.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
All right.
I have nothing further. If you can answer any questions from the case witnesses.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Mayor. May I please court? Yes. Good morning, President. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. My name's Case Ribbon. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. I'm not going to be up here too long. I think I heard you say that you couldn't list the order of shots.
Right. At the time of autopsy, I can't tell which one came first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Did the crime scene photo help you in determining? Could they help you out?
No.
Did you use any crime scene photos?
I have pictures of the overall body when they first found it, recovered it, but that's it.
And you're aware that body was recovered in Marion County?
Yes. In fact, the Marion County coroner is the one that authorized the autopsy.
And a Marion County deputy, I believe, Lieutenant Holtag, brought the body to you. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if he brought the body. Usually the coroner transport will, but he was a detective that was there, yes. And he received all the evidence that we collected.
At that time, did you believe that the crime had taken place or that the body was in Marion County?
I didn't. I knew that the body was found there. I had no opinion really on where it perhaps might have occurred.
But I apologize. So back to the gunshots, you said because of the submersion in water, you can't tell what shots, what order they were?
No, it's frequently you won't be able to tell what order gunshots will occur unless something happened days before and there's evidence of healing at the time of death or days afterward when there's, for example, no bleeding associated with it. So no, it's not that it was decomposing or that there was some insect activity. I can't tell the order at the time of autopsy.
Okay, so but can you tell, I believe you just said that you believe that the headshot was the fatal shot?
I said it is a fatal shot. The one to the chest also could have hit the aorta, which would be considered a fatal shot. And then the other two are mostly soft tissue, or the other three, I'm sorry, are mostly soft tissue injuries.
So, toxicology report, we revealed some marijuana. You said you did the appropriate testing. Is there any other testing you could do? Hair follicles that would give you any kind of other drug results?
I think you'd have to consult a toxicologist to like what it is that you're looking for. For example, I think some people have used hair follicles for arsenic and things like that, but that wasn't really something that was addressed in this situation.
I think I heard you say you alluded to skin slippage. Is that the same thing as grave wax?
I'm not familiar with the term grave wax, but skin slippage is, it's not like you lose all your skin and you can see the muscle inside. It's just the outermost layer of skin will come off. So you still have your underlying dermis or dermal layer. But that's just the process of decomposition as the body starts to fall apart.
First, could you estimate the time of death given the body and the condition it was in after being submerged in water for over 30 days?
No, I did not attempt to do that.
And you would agree that the body had been deformed to some extent because of animal activity. Maggot formations we know were there, but fish, creatures, crocodiles, alligators in that brackish water, they could have had some part into the decomposition as well.
Alligator activity, I would have suspected to be able to detect because it would be pretty significant. But there were a couple areas that were on the diagram that weren't colored that looked like maybe that could have been some marine activity.
Did you notice or could you tell of any defensive wounds?
No, the wounds that I could tell were the gunshots, then the 2 holes connecting each other, and then again there's a couple areas of just superficial defects that might have been marine activity. So nothing specifically a defense injury.
Now, most of the shots, they seem to occur on the left side, is that correct?
Yes.
How was the body presented to you when you first looked at it?
He's just on a stretcher.
What position is he in?
He would have been on his back.
He'd been on his back.
I mean, he might have been on his side. I don't have a photograph of him on the stretcher. Just once we move him to the autopsy table, we'll definitely make sure he's laid out so we can evaluate him. But yeah, so I don't specifically recall if he was on his back or on his side.
When does rigor mortis typically set in?
Well, rigor mortis typically sets in after about 2 hours. It really depends on the individual and what they were doing at the time of death. It could actually happen earlier, but usually it starts in about 2 hours.
Is there a way through your science to be able to establish the amount of time he was in the water?
Not that I know of.
Would there be any difference between the salinity of the brackish water, fresh water, and just straight ocean water and the decomposition rate?
Not that I'm up to date on.
Not that you're up to date on?
Right.
Does that mean you don't know?
I don't specifically know. I don't remember in any of my training or experience there being a huge difference. I imagine if something is like the Dead Sea and is extra salty, that maybe there might be some preservation to that, but I haven't looked into that recently.
It's fine, Dr. I'm not trying to beat you up on anything like that. I just would imagine that salt water, would help preserve, since you use salt, pure hand and stuff, it would help kind of.
Right.
That's just the question is to see the slow to the decomposition. That's all.
Right.
Thank you. Would freezing a body and then taking it somewhere else and then submerging it in water, that's got to have a different effect, correct, on the tissue?
Yes, so freezing a body, and I apologize for the comparison, but it would be similar to putting something in the freezer in your home. It's going to obviously prevent, hugely stop decomposition. However, once you unfreeze that object or that person, the freezing act itself has disrupted some of the cells. So as it starts to thaw, decomposition actually starts to accelerate once they thaw.
In this circumstance, is there a way to tell if the body was frozen and then thawed?
Not by autopsy, no.
Going back to the gunshots, they seem to have been to the line on the left side, is that correct?
Yes, 4 on the left side of the body and then the 1 to the front of the right leg.
I don't want you to use your expert opinion, but a theory. Would you say the gunshots would go up or down?
So again, I'm a little hampered by the state of the body, but I can tell from the x-ray that the gunshot to the head is going in an upward direction, obviously from his right to his left, but upward and back. The one to the right chest, I can just tell is going to his right. There's too much deflation of the tissues and whatnot to see if it's going up or down. And likewise, the ones to the left hip just kind of look like they're going straight across as well. The one to the right thigh might be going upward direction a little bit.
If the headshot is first, is he still standing?
No, he would not be.
If the chest shot is first, is he still standing?
He could be.
He could be. So we can eliminate the headshot being first.
I don't know.
Don't know?
Well, if he was shot in the head and then he fell, he then could then have been shot more on the, that's where the other gunshots were.
So just play with me a little bit. In my little theory, my little head here, you shoot him in the head, he drops, then there's really zero reason to go put haphazardly 5 more shots in him.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not even remotely in her area of expertise.
She said, given what you have looked at, is it possible that the shot, the headshot was the final shot?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person staggered around after being shot in the leg?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person shooting wasn't that good with a gun?
I can't comment on that.
Based on your 26 years of experience, many different bodies you've encountered, and gunshot wounds that you've seen, the display of gunshot wounds on that body, do they look like they were shot by somebody that's got marksman skills?
Again, hard to answer because largely because the person being shot at isn't necessarily going to stand still.
Correct. They're going to jump around.
Or fall down.
Or fall down. Or fall down. That's right. Or fall down. Is it possible that you could shoot a body, not close range, right? Or not close range, because of no suit, excuse me, I do that all the time. Or stippling, and still get blood on you?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
If I'm not close to you, if I'm not close enough to you to where there's the soot residue of the stippling, is it possible for me to get blood on my person? What's the typical blood splatter? Would there be any blood splatter?
Yeah, so I will have to be upfront and say blood splatter is not an area of my expertise. However, I would say if you're at a distant range, and keep in mind though, well, number one, I wasn't able to evaluate whether this is a contact, a close range, or a distant gunshot. However, that being said, if I was, a distant gunshot wound can be as close as a yard away. So could blood get from, I guess it depends what they hit as far as how far the blood would go. So ultimately, I don't know the answer to that, but I also don't know the range of fire, so it's kind of difficult.
Thank you. That's where I was going to go next. It's kind of funny when you look at this, it says not a close range shot and not a mid range shot, a distant shot, but the distant shot's like a yard away, so that the distance kind of throws you off there a little bit. It throws me off a little bit. When I was thinking long range shot, I think even further back, like sniper type stuff, honestly. That's just because I don't do much with guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question at some point?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was just trying to explain. I apologize. Close indulgence, Your Honor.
All right.
Not this.
All right. Thank you.
Just very briefly, Mr. Britton just asked if you were able to tell if the shooter was a good shot or not. The victim was shot 5 times, correct?
At least 5, yes.
At least 5. You mentioned that at the beginning of your examination, you knew the victim's height and weight. How tall was Mr. Rice?
His remains at the time of autopsy were 73.5 inches, which is 6 feet 1.5 inches.
Thank you, because I always have trouble converting that. You said that it's his remains, so could that have changed from when he was alive?
I mean, it's not as, body isn't as firm, maybe more relaxed. So, yes, there could be a slight difference.
And then there was some talk about if you freeze a body, I'm assuming MUSC has a morgue or someplace that you store bodies.
Yes,
Do you store them in coolers?
we do.
Do those coolers freeze the bodies?
No, we have a freezer as well as the cooler, but most bodies are stored in the cooler. That does not freeze the body.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Presnell be released from her subpoena and allowed to return to Charleston.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, she's free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Presnell.
State can call your next witness.
The state next calls Dr. Wolf Bushkin.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Wolf Dieter Bushkin. Last name is Bueschgen.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Bushkin, where do you work?
I'm currently self-employed. I have been in private practice for the last 20 years at Ashley River Dental in Charleston, South Carolina. I also contract with coroners statewide.
And what do you contract with coroners to do?
Forensic odontology or dentistry.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic odontology is?
Well, forensic odontology or forensic dentistry, I use the term synonymously, is simply the application of dental knowledge to forensic questions. So if I were to expound on that a little bit more, that could include anything such as malpractice. It could be bite mark evidence, but for the most part with coroners, I'm dealing with personal identification.
Using teeth or jaws to identify remains?
I do, and it includes the teeth, it includes the jaws, it includes any dental restorations that might have been done in life. The foundation of forensic dentistry or odontology is that teeth are static, meaning they don't change. For the most part, teeth don't heal. So if you fracture it, chip it, wear it away, it's going to stay exactly the same. If you put a dental restoration on it, such as a filling, a crown, a root canal, it's always going to be there until it's taken out. Most people have gone to the dentist at some point in their life. So we have dental records on a vast majority of people, and we are able to use these because teeth are static. We are able to use that for identification purposes.
Can you tell us your educational background?
Well, I got a undergraduate degree in anthropology from Arizona State in 1995, a master's in physical anthropology from the University of South Carolina in 1997, and a doctor of dental medicine from Medical University of South Carolina in 2003.
And what is your professional background? I know that you're self-employed now and own your own practice. Have you had other positions?
I've had many positions. I've been essentially involved in the recovery, analysis, and interpretation of human remains for the last 30 plus years. Most of it, or a lot of it, has been in archaeological and historical contexts. But since since I've been in graduate school, since 1995, I've been working on modern forensic cases, both anthropologically and then after I graduated from dental school as a forensic dentist.
And is this type of identification an established procedure?
Absolutely. It's something that has been used for thousands of years. We have historical examples going back to the Romans and even before, but it is accepted. It is one of the most reliable methods for establishing identity. It's something that that the military uses routinely to find or to identify missing in action soldiers or those KIAs. It was used at World Trade Center. I think it was the second most common form of identification at the World Trade Center, second only to DNA.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Pushkin as an expert in forensic odontology or dentistry.
Any challenges or questions?
No, challenges, Your Honor, he's fine. No objection, Your Honor.
Find this witness to be an expert in the field of
Forensic
dentistry.
Okay. That's probably easier, Your Honor.
All right.
Were you asked to attempt to make an identification of remains in this case?
I was.
And who asked you to make that comparison?
It would have been the deputy coroner at that time
From Horry County?
from Horry County.
What were you given or what did you use in order to make your comparison?
In terms of what remains?
What remains, and then I'll approach with records.
They were resected jaws after autopsy. So I went to the morgue with my portable unit to take x-rays, and then I was given the jaws.
And so when you say resected, what does that mean?
That means in cases of severe decomposition or fragmentation, sometimes the jaws will be removed so they can be analyzed as a single unit as opposed to the whole body.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 13. Are those dental records that you were given as well to aid in your identification?
Yes, they are.
How did you go about conducting your comparison or your identification?
Well, the first step in doing that would be to see what kind of records I have. And in this case, I had written records that detailed a lot of the restorations that had been done in life. But more importantly, I was given a full mouth series of x-rays, which is essentially an x-ray of every tooth in the mouth. My goal at that point would be to replicate the x-rays as much as possible so we can make a direct comparison. So when I went to the morgue, I had my portable x-ray unit and a laptop, and I was able to x-ray, photograph, and chart the teeth. At that point, I had the ante-mortem, the records before death, and then I had my records. I was able to make the identification immediately, and I did that on comparison of the dental restorations, the lost teeth. The records had stated that he had a couple teeth extracted. These had been extracted in the post-mortem remains. So everything was consistent and identical. The sinuses, the teeth, the number of teeth, the restorations, where the restorations were, the fractured teeth, the shapes of the root, the shape of the bone. I mean, yeah. So,
and just to be clear, what identification did you make for those?
Oh, that this was absolutely the Gregory Rice.
How confident are you in that conclusion?
I'm absolutely 100% confident.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Please answer any questions. Case three.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit.
Thank you, Dr. Bushkin.
Thank you.
That's that he be released from his subpoena, Your Honor.
You got it.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, it's pretty good. Thank you very much.
Would this be a good time to break for lunch, Your Honor?
We can, I think it is.
Yes.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch again. We've got lunch coming for you. If it's not here yet, it should be here shortly. The notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case, even among yourselves. We'll take a good lunch, and we'll probably be back. Let's shoot for 1:30. Okay? We'll be back. Thank you.
All right, so lunch break, everybody. I don't think there was anyone. So there is something that I really want to watch. I don't know when it started, but Third of Boyle is in court. There's this trial. The Young Jerks, there's a YouTube channel that has given everyone permission to use their feed, so I'm gonna probably do it, and that's what we're gonna do during trials. So if you don't know Third of Boyle was is one of the journalists that's been hang on.
I guess we'll shoot for 1:30.
Thank you.
All right? Anything from the,
There's something I'd like to approach on if it's on.
all right?
So at 1:30 they are gonna be back. It's our standard an hour and a half break. Sorry, let me just yeah, we'll be back in at 1:30. But I thought we could do the Third of Boyle trial. I don't know if it's gonna be a long trial. We can see what happens and see what it is. But I don't know how long it is gonna be. But we might follow this trial. It might be good. It's a bench trial. It's not a jury trial. Let me see. The I don't think the thing it's very good. When did it start? I started 44 minutes ago, so we'll see. Oh, hang on. Something is happening in our
We'll
court.
be in recess to 1:30. Thank you very much.
Ah. Nothing is happening in court. Never mind. Just me being dum-dum. So we can watch that during break. So let's do this. Share that. Put that big. Maybe move myself to the other corner. The sound is not great, so we'll see how it is.
All right, and so you know that the court goes till 1, there's a lunch break from 1 to 2, and then they start up again at 2, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what time they're going.
Okay, so do you know what time you were here with this group that day?
With this group, I know I was there in the afternoon, I don't know the time.
Okay, how did you come to be informed that you should meet at that location?
I spoke to my brother, and I said, I'll meet down at the courthouse.
And that's Matt McCabe?
That is correct.
Okay. What was your understanding of what you were going to be there for and what's going to happen that day?
I was coming in to support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses in the case. So, support group.
Had you ever met Lindsay Gattani before that day?
No, I had not.
Okay, and when you got there, did you have any conversation with her?
No, I had not.
How many people approximately had gathered at that area behind the registry of deeds in your group?
It was a good sized group. It was kind of broken up into multiple groups, but maybe 20 or 30 people, maybe. I have no idea.
And was Paul O'Keefe there?
I have no idea. He might have been. I have no idea.
So, did someone introduce you to Ms. Gattani?
No, I never met her.
And you said it broke down into 2 groups as everyone came towards the courthouse, is that right?
That is correct.
Who was in your group?
In my group, multiple people, I had no idea who they were. My sister, my aunt, my cousin.
What are the names, please?
My cousin?
Yeah, the names of the people that were in this group.
I don't know everybody knows in the group, but Kathy Faulkner, my aunt. Shannon Sullivan is my cousin. Megan McCabe is my sister. I think a few of my sister-in-law's sisters were there. I don't know their last names off the top, man, but, Michelle and Denise and everybody else. I don't know who else.
What was your understanding of the hearing that was gonna happen that day?
My understanding was it was a quick hearing that day, go in, see what happens, and then leave.
So you walked towards the courthouse from the registry of deeds, correct?
That is correct.
And which way did you walk? Let's say you're walking towards the courthouse from the registry of deeds. Did you go to the right around the building, or did you go to the left around the building?
Came up the driveway side, so I think that's the left around building. If you come from behind, but if you're looking at it, to the right. So it depends on what side you're on.
Okay,
From
so
rear, it's on the left side, looking at the front of the building.
so can we say it this way, that you came up between this building and the registry?
Yes,
And that's when you came into the court?
that is correct.
What happened when you got inside the court?
When I got inside the court, I then went through the metal detector and everything, came in the building, walked up the set of stairs to where there was a group of people waiting to get into the court.
Did you see Ms. Gattani inside the courthouse at all?
No, I did not. She wasn't in.
Did you end up getting into the courtroom?
No, there were too many people and there was a head count on the numbers that can get in, so I was at the back of the line, so I did not get it.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Carney get into the courtroom?
Yes. Well, please.
At some point, so just to set this right, you're outside the courtroom, but in the courthouse.
That is correct.
What did you do while you were in the courthouse waiting around?
Just sat there waiting.
How long did it take?
Wasn't long, maybe half hour.
And what happened after half an hour?
Then after that, when the court let out, everybody started coming down the stairs. I waited for the group that I was with to come out, and then I proceeded to fall behind them and exited the courthouse.
And did you see Ms. Gattani as far as exiting the courthouse at all?
At that time, I had no idea who she was, so, but she was in the group of people that was exiting.
So I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of these observations that you have, that you've offered, are from you looking at video and then realizing stuff later, right?
Me looking at a video and realizing, yes.
And one of them is figuring out who Ms. Gattani is, right?
Well, no, when we were in the back parking lot, I then found out who she was when we were back.
So did you recognize her in the courthouse or not?
Yeah, I saw her when she went into the courthouse.
Did she have a piece of paper in her hand?
Yes, she did.
And what was your understanding of why she had a piece of paper in her hand?
My understanding of what that was all taking place when I was standing at the doorway waiting to get in. She had said to the court officer that she had an order against Mr. Gattani.
Did you talk to Jennifer McCabe about Ms. Gattani at all?
No, I did not.
It's true that Ms. McCabe was with Ms. Gattani on the way in and on the way out, wasn't she?
She was part of the group, yes.
Did you hear them talking?
No, I did not hear them talking.
Did you hear them approaching the courtroom?
No, they were in a different group than me.
So back to leaving. You leave the courthouse, and is it still two groups or is it one big group now?
When I left the courthouse, it was one big group.
So Ms. Gattani's in that group?
Yes, she was.
Ms. McCabe, Jennifer McCabe's in that group?
Yes, she was.
And you're in that group?
Yes, I was.
And how many people roughly in the group?
I don't know, probably about 25 people maybe.
And when you were leaving, the hearing had concluded and a lot of people were streaming out of the courthouse, weren't they?
Yes.
Some people went to the right down the handicap ramp. Some people went down straight, right?
That is correct.
There was probably over 100 people out in front of the courthouse when you left, right?
It was probably more than that, sir.
More than that, okay. And you and your group went out of the courthouse and you went down the handicap ramp, right?
That is correct.
And you came to the bottom of the handicap ramp and you were jawboning with some of the protesters out there, weren't you?
Yes, some things were being said to me and I responded to the things that were being said.
Sure. And you called somebody retarded and you said something about somebody could be committed or something. You're waiting for them to be committed, right?
Yes, might not have been the best choice of words at that time, and I regret saying that, but yes.
And as you're leaving, Ms. Catani's in your group and everyone's sort of walking together away from the courthouse, right?
Correct, to go across the street to where the cops are parking.
Right. So everyone's walking at first along High Street towards Dedham Center, right?
That's the name of the street. I don't know the name of the street, but
Well, let's do it this way. In the street in front of the courthouse.
yes,
You exit, you get to the bottom of the handicap ramp, you make a right, you're walking towards town.
yes,
And you're kind of walking towards this building,
yes,
but across the street.
correct.
Then you get to the crosswalk, you walk over to the same side of the streets that this building's on, right?
Yes,
And then you walk down that little street that's in between this building and the Registry of Deeds building, right?
yes,
So all this time, you're walking away from the courthouse
walking away from, yes,
and you're walking away from the Registry of Deeds building, I should say the front of the Registry of Deeds building.
well, no, technically when we're crossing the street, I'm walking towards the registry. And then as we're walking down the side street, then yes, I'm not walking away from the registry of deeds until I get kind of.
Okay, so you get to the side of it, you're walking along the building, away from the front of the building, right?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you some photos. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you these three photographs. I've shown these to counsel. Take a look at those. Tell me when you're trying to familiarize yourself with those. Okay, are those close-ups of you and your group leaving the courthouse?
Yes,
Are they fair and accurate representations of your group's departure from the courthouse that day?
well, this one here, yes, these ones right here, I don't know exactly where these are.
Well, do they show the same people that you were with that day?
There was multiple people there, it shows a few of the same people that I was with that day, I don't know if it's everybody.
And so can we agree this is a partial representation of some of the people in this group when you left?
Yes.
And also these judges in next view, did it?
No objection.
Thank you. Okay.
Exhibit 41, 42, and 43.
Okay. You just take those back.
Sure.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Show you, exhibit 41. Who's the gentleman in the red desk?
Thinking that's, me,
And that's a picture of your group with Harlan, right?
that is correct.
All right. And then exhibit 42, who do you recognize in the photo? That photo.
I recognize my sister-in-law,
Names, please.
that is Jen McCabe. Recognize, I don't know her name, but that appears to be my sister-in-law's cousin. And I recognize, one of my sister-in-law's sisters. Not sure which one it is, either Denise or Michelle. Terrible one, you know.
That's
Know which one they are. And I think, it might be a side group of maybe my sister, but I can't 100%.
Thank you. This is exhibit 42 for the record. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
That is exhibit 43. And do you recognize in that photo?
See, that is Chris Albert. One of my sister-in-law's sisters, there's Denise and Michelle, and then that's, one of my sister-in-law's brother-in-laws, that's, Bob. And then I see, looks like my sister-in-law's cousin, I'm not sure her name. I see the side of one of my sister-in-law's, sisters, which is, Denise and Michelle. And, then that appears to be, Lindsay Giovanni and,
There were 43.
Thank you.
So when you walked out, there was a pretty raucous crowd, yelling and screaming. You're engaging with them. They're giving it to you, right?
yeah, it was a pretty chaotic situation, yes.
And you never heard anyone yelling, liar, liar, did you?
I don't know what I heard. I only heard a couple of things being stated myself, and those are the things that's funny.
Sure. Now, in all the video you looked at, all the photos you dealt with, there's no photo, there's no representation of Mr. Carney and Ms. Gattani in the same frame or the same video. Isn't that correct?
From the photos you just sent me, no.
From everything you looked at, you said that you looked at some things to figure out what happened, right?
Well, yes, and one of the, in the video that I took,
So it's a yes or no question. I'm not asking you for a narrative. I'm asking you if in all those reviews, you saw any frames, pictures, stills of Mr. Carney and Ms. Gattani in the same picture or still.
So not a video, just a still of it.
Any of it.
Well, in the video?
A still of a video or a photograph. There's no picture
Photo,
where they're both in it.
no.
So were you aware that day that Ms. Gattani had a restraining order against Mr. Carney?
I heard about that after the fact.
So at the time you didn't know?
No, I had no idea.
Did you speak to Paul O'Keefe that day at all?
No, I did not.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor? Thank you. Nothing further, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Redirect.
No redirect, may the witness be excused if he wishes to be excused. All
Thank
right, thank you very much. All right,
Council of scheduling. I'm just going to address the motion of quash.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Council, thank you for your patience. Where are we on this right now? Have you folks talked at all? You remember the court's partial ruling is that the motion of quash is denied as relates to testimony.
Yes, he's our third or fourth witness, I think, Your Honor. And we would like to get a look at his text messages with these other people about this notion of inviting Ms. Gattani with her restraining order to this court session.
What's the witness's position relative to that motion for?
Let me state, if I may, Your Honor, because I've sat here for a couple of days, so I think I understand case law better than I did before it started. This is still Rule 17, subpoena summons. Relevance is still relevant. At the beginning, I said to you, Your Honor, and I can see that you with, I agreed at that time, or I heard what is coming today. If I understand the facts correctly, the operative time frame is leaving the property. I accept that there is testimony that came in yesterday that there may have been some communication with my client about arriving at the courthouse that day. But the question for this case is what happens when leaving the courthouse, going back to the registry of deeds, and whether there's a violation of an ordinance. I've looked at every one of those photos, every one of those videos. My client is nowhere to be found. He was not there. He was no longer a precipient witness to those facts.
What's your position on Mr. Brado seeking some of these phone messages that you're opposing?
I oppose it vehemently. I mean, he's asked for unlimited scope on 4 different people.
We're going to talk about that.
We did talk, Judge, and I narrowed the request to 30 days prior And
And what's your offer of proof of what you believe is going to be relevant from that?
sure. So we contend, Judge, that there's a conspiracy between Ms. Catani, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Jennifer McCabe, and probably other members of the Albert McCabe family to, now that Mr. Carney's out of jail, a couple days out of jail, they know that she has a restraining order. They invite her to the courthouse to kick Mr. Carney out of there and sort of exact some revenge on Mr. Carney, interfere with his reporting, etc. So what do we have for that? We have,
Let's assume that's the case.
okay,
Where does that go relative to this charge? Just, my role as a judge only here,
sure.
not a fact.
Well, it goes
Let's
to
assume
it goes to credibility, Your Honor, in terms of that they're trying to create a restraining order violation.
Bad motive.
Yep. Bad
Now, where do
motive.
we go from there? Relative to this charge?
Yeah.
Bad motive.
So Ms. Catani testified that she was invited by Mr. O'Keefe or the O'Keefe family. She involved another nemesis of Mr. Carney, Kate Peter, that she was the broker of this thing. And, you know, Paul O'Keefe is sitting in the courtroom. He's on video and it's in evidence, walking in with Ms. Catani. And I think he's a relevant witness to what transpired and why it transpired.
He's going to be in this courtroom testifying.
Right.
But as far as the prelude to that.
Right. Well, it's a conspiracy, so they had to have communicated. And, you know, we want the communications of how this was set up to try to create a situation that Mr. Carney would fall into the trap.
I appreciate your offer. I'm going to deny the text message, Rule 17. You are going to be able to call him as a witness. I don't know what the timing is across the street. I want to be obviously sensitive to it, but we have to move on. So we'll keep that in mind. The motion to quash is denied as it relates to him as a testimonial witness. It's allowed as it relates to documents.
Your Honor, Vice President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You rested.
Yeah.
Motion for required finding not guilty, Your Honor. Waive argument.
Sir.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. So, Judge, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth in this case, Judge, there's no evidence of any criminal intent. There's no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Carney was trying to violate any court order. Mr. Carney did everything right. He was at his place of work. And again, no different than if he's at the Exxon station down the street in the mechanic station. He's working. She knew he was going to be there. She goes there to evict him. He goes with it. He gets up and leaves. And he walks a circuitous route down, away, and he checks in with the government. This is the key point here, Judge. This is what's fatal to the government's case. He checks in with a policeman. He reveals the situation. The policeman says, go over there for now. He goes over there. Then things change. The hearing ends early. She comes down. Hundreds of people come down, over 100 people, however you want to see it. You have the video, you've seen it. People come out. Everyone's got a black coat on. Everyone's got black glasses on, black hair. It's a sea of people. Mr. Carney's there. He's live streaming. He's talking about what just happened to him. And he's in the general vicinity of where the policeman told him to go. I would suggest that as a matter of law, the government is stopped from then prosecuting him for doing what they told him to do. And, you know, the only reason we're here is because of the poisonous atmosphere that surrounds these cases with respect to the Norfolk County DA's office and my client and the Reed matter. Any reasonable prosecutorial agency, Judge, would look at the case and say, wait a minute, they're saying there was a violation 10 minutes ago. A cop was there 10 minutes later and they don't report it. And it's just a ridiculous scenario that if they had seen him, in other words, if there was contact, they would have made sure he got arrested. And this is all reverse engineered. They looked at the video later on. They saw that he was there. And then they called, hey, he was there. We just looked at the video. And they're trying to create contact after the fact, Your Honor. Mr. Carney is not doing anything outside of what he was told to do. He left, he walked that route, he went right to a policeman, he was told to go somewhere and he went there. He was waiting there, Judge. The evidence will show, if we have to do a defense case, the evidence will show that he was waiting there to report to the officer who was busy at the time. He didn't want to go off alone because he didn't know where she was going to go. That's his state of mind with respect to Gattani, is that he doesn't know what she's capable of. He doesn't know what she's going to do next. He just got out of jail from her locking him up for 60 days. So he wants to stay with the policeman. He stayed where the government told him. He wanted to get a chance to report and document and get the officer to take some notes and write a report about what had just happened. He didn't want to go off this direction or that direction or to a car or whatever, because he didn't want to end up like Frank Keegan. He didn't want to end up at her mercy. She goes to him, she calls the cops. He had just seen that video, the evidence would show, if we had to do a defense case. He had just seen that video a few days earlier, and he sees what she's capable of. He's terrified of this woman. He doesn't want to engage with her. He doesn't want to provoke her. He doesn't want to give her any ammo whatsoever. That's what the evidence showed here in the Commonwealth's case, is that he did everything right. He followed the Commonwealth's representative at the time's directions, and that should end the case, Your Honor. So that, as a matter of law, I respectfully submit, should require the court to enter a required finding based on the government's actions, based on the unequivocal, uncontested testimony surrounding Officer Crump, that he said, go over there for now, and he did that. I would ask you to dismiss the case, Judge.
Mr. Bradle has just treated your honor to a lot of pseudo testimony about the defendant's state of mind, and has focused on his defense. He said very little about the Commonwealth's evidence, but if your honor is instructing the jury, I believe if you follow the model jury instructions, you would instruct the jury that there are 4 things that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that a court issued a protective order. That's not even in dispute, I think. 2nd, that the order is in effect on the date the violation occurred. That's not in dispute either. 3rd, that the defendant knew the order was in effect. I think we know that, if nothing else, from Mr. Bradle's conversation with the police officer, that he knew the order was in effect. And finally, that the defendant violated the order by failing to stay 100 yards away. I'll talk about that if necessary, but in the meantime, as to Mr. Kearney's state of mind, the law is that violation of a no contact order requires no showing of mens rea other than knowledge of the order itself. That's Commonwealth versus Fanasi, 435 Mass at 312 Euro. There is no requirement of a showing on the Commonwealth's part of intent on the part of the defendant to violate the order. That's Commonwealth versus Delaney, 425 Mass at 596 to 597. There is no proof that the defendant intended an act that resulted in the violation. That's Commonwealth versus Colley, 427 Mass at 388. All the Commonwealth has to show is that there was an order that said he had to stay 100 yards away. And if he knew where she was or had an idea where she was, he didn't stay 100 yards. I said in my opening statement, Your Honor, that the defendant did the right thing when he saw Ms. Gattani enter the courtroom. He got up and he left. And if he had kept on going, he would have been found. He should have kept on going until he got 100 yards away. We can argue about whether or not going down the stairs constitutes the yardage, or whether it's a straight line or whatever. But the fact is, whichever way you calculate it, when Ms. Gattani walks out of that courtroom in full view of the defendant, he's about 35 yards away. And he remains 35 yards away. And by the way, he's not staying where the police officer told him to stay. The police officer pointed over towards the street, according to his own testimony, and thought that Mr. Kearney was headed in that direction, and then his attention was drawn to the traffic. There's no testimony that he ever came back to consult with the police officer further, or that he was afraid to leave. Rather, all the evidence, including the photos, shows Mr. Kearney following along Ms. Gattani as she proceeds down the street and getting even closer to him by the end of that journey. So he's well within 100 yards. I introduced some photographs of Ms. Gattani, Your Honor, that Mr. Kearney posted the next day on the blog. I think there are about 26 of them. I don't know why somebody who's terrified of Ms. Gattani would provoke her by filing all those photographs the very next day on his blog. Apparently, he managed to overcome his terror somehow. But in any case, I recall Mr. Bradel objecting that he didn't object to the photographs as long as there was no implication that Mr. Kearney took them himself. Well, I don't know whether he took them himself, Your Honor, but I do know that in every single photograph we introduce from those videos of Mr. Kearney, he's standing there opposite Ms. Catani holding up his cell phone camera. So he's well within 35 yards. I would suggest that not only has the Commonwealth proved its case beyond the directed verdict standard, it's proved its case well beyond reasonable doubt.
Just one, if I could just have one brief response. Nice having the case law, but you have to know the person's there. There's knowledge. You can't just be such strict liability if a person is, if the government can prove they're within 100 yards of each other. That's not it. There has to be contact. There's no contact there. The government can't prove contact, and the government is, speculating about where they were relative to each other. They have no evidence whatsoever before you that where they were relative to each other and when. There's no evidence of it, and even in the light most favorable Commonwealth, they've not made it to that threshold that a rational jury would go in that direction. So I ask you to dismiss it. Thank you.
Appreciate the motion. The motion is denied. Are you putting a defense on?
Yes, Judge. Meredith O'Neill, please.
It's called Meredith O'Neill.
Meredith O'Neill? Meredith O'Neill?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May I inquire your honor? Good afternoon. State your name and spell your last name. And where do you live, ma'am, just generally? What do you do for a living?
Yeah.
And who do you work for? And what's your educational background?
Management French, and then the master's in accounting and MBA from North University.
How long have you been an accountant?
So 12 years.
And do you know Aidan Carney? How do you know Mr. Carney? And how long have you been dating? How long have you known him?
Years.
You know that he's charged here today with violating a restraining order, right?
Yeah.
And you were with him that day, weren't you? Tell us how that came about, that you and he were together and coming here on coming to Dedham on 2/26/24.
Sure. There are motions that in this case, we both have obviously been following the trial for quite some time, so we decided to attend the hearing together.
And just for the record, so the factual background is clear, Mr. Carney is probably the most prolific commentator and journalist investigating on the Karen Reed case. Is that a fair statement?
Overruled.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And you actually do too, right? You
Yes.
comment on Twitter or X about it here and there, right? And you assist him with that endeavor as well?
Yes, sometimes.
Sure. So on that date, there was an afternoon hearing on the Reed matter, right? And at the time, Mr. Carney had just gotten out of jail a couple days earlier, right?
Yes.
And that was from a case that was out of this court, right? You know a little bit about it, right? And that you know that the charge in that case was among the charges in that case was a charge of assault and battery, right?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Bradis, but
I'm just trying to move it along for some preliminary matters, Your Honor.
It's leading, but it's all anecdotal. We all know most of this anyway. Let's go.
So on the day of 2/26, how do you and Mr. Carney come together?
To work together with our friend Brad Goldstein.
And what was the plan that day among you guys to watch this hearing?
So, work on it. So we got good at it.
Where did you park when you got here?
I parked in the right.
And did Aiden have a car in some other location as well?
Yes, about 5 or 10 minutes down the road, he in park, so, I met him coming from his house and then we drove together.
Then you drove together closer.
Close, correct, to the Red Street.
And where did you park your car?
In the Red Street park.
So in like the back of the building, behind the building?
Yeah.
Did he leave some items in the car when you guys departed the car?
Yeah, his computer and his car key.
So what was your path, the three of you, what was your path to the Norfolk Superior Court?
Into the courthouse, we walked around, I believe this building, between this building and the Red Street, across the street, we crossed along it. We crossed up around 1:30.
Was there anything unusual that occurred in the walk, or was it just the typical assemblage of people outside?
Not at all very typical. Reporters, Karen and Dave outside.
And did you have some conversation with them, or did you see Mr. Carney having any conversation with them?
Yes, many conversations.
Do you know who Lindsay Gattani is? And did you see her outside anywhere during your arrival into the courthouse?
No.
What happened when you got into the courthouse?
About 1:30, we weren't letting go in just yet, so we went to security and then went upstairs and waited in a line before they started letting people in about 10 minutes before.
Did you and Aiden and Mr. Goldstein, did the three of you get into the court hearing?
Yes, we did.
And where did you go when you got in there?
That is the third, towards the outside, so.
And if you were looking up at the bench, at the judge's bench, were you on the left or the right?
We are on the left.
All right, so kind of near the windows on the left. Did you sit in the same row as Mr. Carney or a different row?
Same row.
What time did you sit down roughly, if you remember?
So would have been 1:50 short before we lost our time.
Did you have any knowledge of the hearing that was about to commence and what kind of a hearing it was?
Yes, it was a motions hearing. There were several motions to be heard, including a vote.
So was this the type of a hearing that you anticipated would be 5 or 10 minutes or a longer type of a hearing? So you were sitting down. Did the hearing commence at about 2:01 in the afternoon? And right around the time that it commenced, did you see Miss Gattani? And where did you first see her? All right. And just to summarize, you've seen video of this and you're aware that there's video and evidence about this very snapshot of time, right? Okay. And you remember it though, right? All right. So we're going to just go with your testimony. So when you turned around and you saw Ms. Gattani, what did you see? Set the scene for us.
Right away, identity, and right now I'm being that McCabe and some other family members. So we had understood dating her and was her dating her said she's going to be here immediately now.
Did you notice whether she had anything in her hands? Did you make any eye contact with her or communicate with her in any way?
No, as soon as I saw her from the bar, I didn't go.
When you turned around to see Ms. Gattani, you were looking kind of towards the back of the room?
Yeah.
You kind of had to turn over your shoulder. What about Mr. Carney? Did you see him, whether he was looking with you or whether he was looking straight ahead?
It was not her. I was just looking to see who was coming in, just wanting to see if it means that the judge gave it to other witnesses that he.
Okay, you just listen to the question you're asking, just answer that question, and then just wait for the next one.
So when right at this snapshot of time, when you're looking back at Ms. Gattani, you see Mr. Carney. Did Mr. Carney react in any verbal way, to your knowledge, when he saw or you saw Ms. Gattani?
No, correct.
Did he get up?
Did get up and said, "God, that
Was he facing the direction of Miskatani when he said that? Or was he facing the direction of some other people in the road?
stay forward."
And what happened next? Right next?
Got out. Also standing in there in between us, the crowd standing between us, and we left, walked out the door, and downstairs.
Did anyone have to tell you or Mr. Carney what to do?
No, I told him we left the room, not speaking it for.
What was the time period that went by from the time Gattani walked in the room till you and Aiden had walked out of the room? Where did you see Miss Gattani go when she came into the room, if you saw?
I didn't like that. Yeah.
Did you see, do you know who Paul O'Keefe is? Did you see Mr. O'Keefe in there? If you remember.
Don't believe me, looking at videos after the fact, and I can't say that at that time, when I was walking out, I saw any of them because I was just focused on getting out.
Sure. In the 10 minutes or so that you were waiting there, can you recall looking around the courtroom and seeing who was around?
I think some of you have been there before, but that's certainly not Mr. Tanya or Jeremy Casey who walked out after they.
So you leave with Mr. Carney out the door of the courtroom.
Correct.
Where do you go?
We head downstairs, security area where we came in, and a couple people stopped us and talked.
You still listen to the question or not?
So you walk outside and you're going to leave the courtroom?
Yeah.
As you guys leave, did anybody from the Alberts or McCabe's or O'Keefe's make any comments about you or Aiden having to leave?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. What did Chris Albert say?
That's the ITPH, that we needed.
Okay. Where did you go, just physically, where did you go when you left the courtroom?
Right downstairs.
Did you speak with anybody as you were leaving?
One woman, even.
Okay. What was Mr. Carney's kind of demeanor when he was leaving?
Objection to the characterization and to what you want.
Or the anxiety stays, the rest doesn't. It's a question.
When you say he was in a state of anxiety, can you give us some things that you observed about him that made you conclude he was in a state of anxiety?
Like he told me he was worried and followed him out.
So you get down the stairs to the first floor, and what happens on the first floor?
A woman approached us and gave some information about entering the courthouse before.
Do you know that lady by any chance?
Yes.
Was that in the vicinity of the metal detectors, or where was that on the first floor, just generally? Did you stay with Aiden for that, or did you go ahead of him, or were you still together, or what? You exited the court, the front doors of the courthouse? And what was the scene that you first saw when you went outside?
There was it's a smaller crowd of people outside, smaller rooms, and a lot of people are gone to the hearing, but for these young people, personnel, also police officers.
Approximately how long after 2 o'clock were you guys standing outside?
Probably within 2:06, 2:07.
A few minutes after 2:01 or so, a few minutes later. What did you see Mr. Carney do when he came out of the courthouse?
He immediately walked up to a police officer across the street,
And where was the police officer?
directing traffic in the crosswalk.
Okay, so that's kind of is that a busy area there, or is that a quiet area? So did Mr. Carney stay on the court side of the street, or did he walk to the registry side of the street?
He walked to the register side.
Did he try to have a quick conversation with the officer? And what did you see?
The officer, things were straight over situation, the officer said, go over there for now.
And did you see any physical gesture that accompanied that statement? Okay, so he kind of made a physical gesture pointing in that direction. And did you see Mr. Carney do anything in response to that gesture?
He went over towards the street, the actual building.
All right, and did he, where did he stand in relation to the actual facade of the Registry of Deeds building?
He was all the way up against the wall, far away.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Carney intend to do anything at that time period to memorialize what had just happened inside?
Objection to what she did.
Objection sustained. It's to the form of the question.
Sure. What was the plan between you and Mr. Carney about what to do about what happened inside?
Again, I memorializing what happened in there to ensure that this could happen. He was going to see what happened and make it found to be some type of violation.
At some point, was Mr. Carney reporting, doing his job, I guess, about what had just happened to him?
Yeah, started live stream of the courthouse, and we both agreed it was a good idea so that every day was documented in case we could kind of see back out all of those.
And what is live streaming?
It's just when you have a camera and you project a live video to an audience, whether it's YouTube or at a platform.
Was Mr. Carney live streaming, to your knowledge, as he came down the courthouse steps? Was he live streaming when he was talking to the officer?
Yes.
Did he continue to live stream as he followed the directions of the officer? When he got to the facade of the registry, was he still live streaming? All right. Did you want to get involved with him in his live streaming at the time?
No, I purposely kind of stayed out of the church that on.
At some point, did hundreds of people stream out of the courthouse?
Yeah.
How much time had passed between when, let's say, when he gets to the facade and then when hundreds of people come out of the courthouse?
Probably 1 or 2 minutes.
Was that an expected strike that? Was that the departure of the folks that you saw in the courtroom earlier?
Yeah.
Did you expect that hearing to end, causing all those people to leave?
No. Still in there, keep with us.
You mentioned that the officer that Mr. Carney spoke with was in a little bit of a busy area, right? Did it get less busy or did it get more busy when those hundreds of people came out?
Because we were.
With this event occurring, did it get more difficult or less difficult to get the officer's ear to get something going with respect to police report? And was Mr. Carney continuing to live stream?
Was for a period of time, yes, that it. Yeah. So. Okay.
Did many of those hundreds of people kind of come across the street to the registry?
Yeah.
Do many of those people know and communicate with you and Mr. Carney? And they do typically on a regular basis. These are people that you guys know, supporters, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, right? Did you and Mr. Carney kind of separate off from each other in terms of talking to these people and doing whatever you guys were doing?
Yes.
And where were you and where was he, to your knowledge?
Still around that same area, they drove to where the officer was. So at one point, my friend Brad, my team was, but he wandered a little bit towards the parking lot.
At some point, did you see Lindsay Gattani and her group come out of the courthouse? Was it something that was open and obvious, or was it something that was mixed in with everyone else coming out? Was there something unusual about, the colors? Was there contrasting colors? Was it a majority of similar clothing, or what was the scene?
A lot of dark winter, black winter.
Did you, at some point when they came out, when Gattani and her group came out, were you paying attention to Mr. Carney at that time?
I don't know exactly, but you know, the only time I saw her was when I went back to my car parking lot, get some stuff prepared.
So before you left, did you, and when you were in the vicinity of Mr. Carney, did you ever hear him calling anyone a liar, screaming out liar, liar? Did you ever see him make any outward manifestations that he had seen or spoke to Ms. Gattani?
No,
And was he still live streaming?
yes,
When you live stream, do you hold up your phone in the similar fashion as you would when you're videoing someone or photographing someone?
hold up.
So just, is it a similar way or is it dissimilar?
It's different. It's trying to get yourself.
And was he doing that to your observation that day? So you were able to discern that he was holding it towards himself versus memorializing the scene. At what point do you and Mr. Goldstein decide to go head towards the rear of the building?
Within a minute or two of everybody. He gave the Vallow, he got it, and then he went to my car because he left his school there.
Okay. So, did you say that you saw Ms. Gattani in the back parking lot?
He did, she was already there by this. I didn't see her, Brad, when I stepped out of my car, Brad pointed out that there she is, and it took me a few minutes to even feel to recognize her. With another group of women and pretty much wearing the same thing, so it just took me a little far to see her. But
She was parked all the way at the far end of the registry of each parking lot, right?
further towards the end than I was, yeah, I was closer to that one.
More than a football field away from the registry building, or about a football field, or less than a football field from the registry building, from the back of the registry building? So she was almost to the back of that registry parking lot?
Yes.
Was the rest of her group also parked there and congregated there?
They were all congregated in the other part, but they were.
So if Mr. Carney, when he left, if he had gone to the back of that parking lot, he would have been going right to where Gattani was going.
Sure.
It was the same location as where Gattani went, right?
I got the picture. Next question.
When Mr. Carney went to the back with you, was Gattani still there or was she gone?
That was much later, no, I went back and found him. When I saw her back there, I immediately texted him and said, do not come back here.
Okay, so then you go back to where Mr. Carney is?
All the way on court. To the right of Superior Court where Gary Street Interchange parked down that way, so.
All right, so he had departed and gone the other way. And that would be, as you're looking at the North Superior Court, the street to the right along the side of the court, right? And you went and found him? Did you bring him his items? When Ms. O'Neill, is the first time you saw Ms. Gattani? Departing the court?
In the parking lot.
In the back of the building?
Yes.
Okay. What were your observations of her demeanor? Was she gesturing? Was she looking back? Was she looking forward? What were your observations? Did anyone in the group appear to be agitated or upset by anything that may have transpired? May I have one moment, please? Thank you very much, Ms. Nothing further. Cross-examination.
I think you told Mr. Brable, no, defendant for a couple of years that you've been dating, 8 months, that's right.
That's correct.
You know him when he was dating you sometime?
Yeah.
Really? You don't much like Mr. Tan, do you?
When people lie.
That wasn't the question. Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
What was the question?
Do I like Mr. Tanya?
Yes. Now try my question.
Of course, I don't think so.
Thank you. Did you execute an affidavit with some mail on June 5th of this year?
I did.
And did you say, Ms. O'Neill, paragraph 3? Actually, I'll show it to you first. And you can ignore what I circled. Take a minute to read that.
Okay, number 3.
Yeah, just read it to yourself. So did you say in number 3 of your affidavit at approximately 2:05, I turned around and saw Lindsay Gattani into the courtroom holding a white piece of paper in her hand. Immediately told me we need to leave. We were surprised to see her there because she never attended Karen Reed prior to that and was not friends with any of the witnesses or victims' parents.
Correct.
By the way, have you attended all of the Karen Reed hearings at that point?
Most of them, not all.
Then you don't know of your personal knowledge whether this good time you was saying it already in previous hearings or not, do you?
I do watching this. I watched every single hearing.
Oh, you kept a vigilant eye. So that the moment that Mr. Gattani walked in, you checked out every single person in the courtroom.
Well, at that point, she said, also you would know if she was there.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but maybe if I think about it, it will become clear. Now, did you happen to read an affidavit that Mr. Kearney wrote?
One,
This one.
Does I object to impeaching a witness with someone else's statement? See what the question is going to.
that's a long. Well, I'm not familiar with all of it, but there's a lot that think like that. Also, take a look.
Just wait for a question. You don't have to respond.
Did you happen to watch? Did you watch all of these Kearney shows? Do you remember whether you watched the Saturday Night Live show on February 24th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but that was so long ago.
Well, did we agree that February 24th of 2004 was 2 days before February 26th that you're in the United States?
2024?
Yes, right.
Yes, I agree with this.
Thank you. And do you know that Mr. Kearney said that on that live show, he announced that he would be defending Karen Reed here in the was for Gordon Tech.
You're saying that very enough.
And do you know that he stated that,
Give me one. Witnesses don't have to agree or disagree, just whatever you know or don't know.
and you know that he stated that on that show, he expressed concerns that the mechanics and Alberts would show up with Lindsay Gattani as human shield in order to remove him from the courtroom due to the restraining order she had.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, still for the moment, he did. Can you explain why, in light of the fact that he's broadcasting on the live show 2 days before the ceremony, he's worried about Lindsay Gattani showing up He was surprised to see Lindsay walk into the court.
Objection sustained. No, excuse me. The objection is sustained. Next question.
So you and Mr. Carney see Lindsay good time is come in and you get up and you leave. And you go down the stairs and out the door. Is that correct? And at what point does Mr. Kearney stop live test? Stepped outside the courtroom or stepped outside the building? Okay. And that was always the plan, was it not? What's the point of the visit? Was it Kearney was going to do a live cast on the scene?
I don't know.
Doesn't he pretty much always do that? And that was the camera meeting.
Before, I always got there.
How often would you say that's not the live cast stuff?
It's only doesn't want to be doesn't more important. Is it that they keep camera on him to document what's happening out there?
He told you, I want to document what happens there.
That's the time he followed him. He wanted it on camera.
Oh. So you're outside of the courtroom, he talks to the officer, and the officer directs him, you say it's registry. You give the officer say registry of deeds.
So he said go over there and point the registry.
Oh. Stop and point like this, or was it a gesture like that?
Are you pointing at the building?
Straight ahead.
Absolutely.
Wasn't pointing at the concert.
I don't want
Mr. Kearney goes over there. Are you still with him at this point?
Yeah.
And are you standing next to him or nearby him by the registry of deeds building?
Five. Not sure.
Oh. And you're familiar with the Norfolk Superior Court, the entrance and the exit, are you not? And you've attended a number of the hearings that you've seen. And you know that typically when the hearings get over, people who have attended the hearing, quite a number of them down the hearing. Which will agree, quite a number of people typically attend Karen hearing. And on this particular day, it was so crowded, everybody couldn't get in, right? So you know when the hearing ends, what typically happens is the people go out that main exit door, same way they went in, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you notice that people are coming out the door, right?
Yeah.
Are you standing next to the defendant at that point?
For a little bit, you're still a little bit away. The crowd started.
Oh. Well. Did you observe whether Mr. Kearney, who was worried that Mr. Conley might follow him, is looking at the jeweler at the door, was in the position to notice the crowd coming?
On his camera live stream himself.
So is it your testimony his view was totally obstructed by the phone?
I can't tell you what he was thinking at that point, because I was having a conversation.
Well, you've been really good about telling us when I'm soaking it up.
Counsel, should you wait for her to answer the question? Thank you. You can finish your answer.
I can't tell you what he was thinking about his assessment of what was going on. I was having a conversation before rushing up to me on his phone, so.
So in any case, you noticed that people were coming. Did you have any reason to believe that Miss Catani would not be coming out that door with the rest of the crowd attending here? What was the question on that? No. I asked you, did you have any reason to believe that Miss Catani would not be walking out that door with all the rest of the people who attended the camp?
Objection, or I just inviting speculation, someone else's state of mind.
I'm sorry, I was being wrong for insisting. Well, at that point, did you say to Mr. Kearney, I see people coming out. I see people from the Karen Reed hearing coming out the door across the street. Did you say that, John? And you only talk to them when you're directly next to them.
I was talking to other people.
So you have no concern at all that Lindsay Gattari to come out and pursue him and get him in trouble. You weren't worried about that at all at that point.
I was trying to figure out what happened because
I didn't ask you what you're trying to figure out. I asked you if you were worried at all that Lindsay Gattari would come out and pursue him. I thought that was your big worry. Did you tell Mr. Brady that? You and Mr. Kearney were very
I just would like her to be able to get an answer. And
One question at a time that the cost of.
Yeah, we were concerned about that. Monica. For the next time, we'll come out.
And you didn't think that in the book of this one, please.
No.
No, I didn't ask you why. So you don't tell Mr. Kearney that people are coming up. You don't call that the attention. Because you're talking to somebody, or for whatever reason, you don't call it to this. And you don't say, hey, Lindsay might be coming out that door. Why don't you go back to my car and get the hell out of here so she doesn't track you?
I didn't see her at that point.
So was it your plan to wait until she was on top of you before you left?
No, we didn't have a plan, so she didn't expect to carry them in 5 minutes.
Well, it ended, right? People were coming out the door regardless of your expectations. You could see that, could you not? And in fact, before people even started coming out, you were so worried about Lindsay Gattari. Why didn't you say, let's go back to my car and get the hell out of here so there was some problem?
We wanted to be more like with the support, so that's fine and what they
And there was a police station in the town of town.
I don't know.
And you know when Mr. Frank filed a police report? Relative to that visit. Couple of days after. So you couldn't leave because you wanted to file a police report, but then a couple of days passed before Mr. Kearney gets there. Is that what you're calling it?
At that point, it's already, he's already started with this, so.
But you think it would have been proved to get it recorded before she did?
He did, like, that night, so.
So you would say she was very quick about reporting the alleged violation?
Not when it happens, not until later.
Could have a moment to it. Yes. So Mr. Kearney did not stay up against the wall of the registry of deeds. Yeah.
No, he actually went out to the down Court Street, like we I texted them, not come back here in the parking lot.
Well, when he starts moving, he moves in the direction of this court, correct?
No, we moved around the back toward Superior, down Court Street.
Really? Could I have, 15, please? Remember what Mr. Kearney was dressed as that day? The blue tie, dark blue tie. You see him in that photo towards the back. But at that point, he's not in the front of he's not on the steps of the registry of deeds.
The most of the steps, I can't tell where exactly he is from that photo.
All right. Well, would you say, looking at the registry of deeds building, would you say he's moved to the right or he's moved?
Judge, I object. This is all speculation because we don't know where Mr. Connie is. We don't know when this is.
Objection sustained. I don't need to hear the whole thing. You can't tell, can you tell from that photo what direction he went? Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
All right. I'll take a look at 16, please. Well, wherever he is, it's fair to say he's not on the front of the registry of deeds at this point.
I can't tell where he is. It doesn't look like the front of.
All right. Let me move on to another line of questioning. You had your cell phone there. Mr. Kearney obviously had his cell phone. Did you ever call him and suggested you could idea with the call?
I did not serve it there.
I'm sorry?
I didn't call him, but I went already down service and everything.
Whenever you're in the courthouse or whenever you were outside?
That was your general. I can't do terrible service.
Who's your carrier?
Thank you.
And when you were there were a lot of people in the crowd shouting this. And you were, at times, you were some distance from Mr. Kearney.
Yeah, and then we went back to the parking lot.
Right. So you really have no idea whether he happened to shout liar, liar at somebody at some time or not.
Well, by the time I got to the parking lot, Mr. Connie was there, so we couldn't have got.
And when you were apart from Mr. Kearney, were you down in the parking lot the whole time or?
For most of the time, and then walked back, yes.
So you weren't necessarily next to him at all times before you got to the parking lot.
When I parked with him most of the time.
I'm sorry?
Before I went to the parking lot, when we got separated, I was with them most of the time.
You were most of the time fairly closely. All right, so the answer to my question, which was you weren't with him at all times, is yes. Let's have a conference with you then.
Not in here, but, yes.
Still have the text message, do not come back here.
I got to scroll that hard if I didn't delete them, which I would see that, to be in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a brief question, Your Honor. So you were asking Ms. O'Neill about why didn't you go find the police station and report it afterwards? Something to that effect, right? Were you in the car with Mr. Carney for a little while after kind of this whole thing had subsided? Was he in any sort of state of mind to be able to report anything to the police?
On the verge of tears, coming to go get his pin.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He was on the verge of tears, he was shaking, and he was trying to calm down enough to be able to go, at least pick up the kid.
All right. And is that why you didn't pursue any police documentation at that point?
All he was. So.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yes, right. And from the verge of tears and the on the hill conditions. That's fun. Jonathan crying during the live broadcast. The live cast he was doing across the street, right the street of beat. So he only collapsed into this emotional state after he had that. He held it together bravely during the broadcast was. No further questions.
No further.
You may step down. Thank you.
Judge, sets to break. I have a very quick witness who's got to pick up her kids, and I was hoping to maybe just get her on for 5 minutes or so.
So what happened across, but we'll start it.
Sure,
Go for a
appreciate it.
short period of time.
Thank you, Lauren Cologne. Lauren Cologne.
Or go well.
Lauren Cologne.
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
Good morning, have you raised your right hand? Do you swear in the matter now I'm hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Ms. Cologne, good afternoon. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Oh,
And where do you live, just generally?
in the North Park County.
What do you do for a living?
I am a project manager at a large company. I work out of their headquarters.
And are you married?
I
Family? What's your educational background?
I have my undergraduate and an MBA degree, both from Northeastern University.
You've taken an interest in the Karen Reed and Aidan Carney cases here in Norfolk County?
Yeah.
And from time to time you attend these hearings?
I attended one here.
Was that 2/26/24?
That one.
And you were there inside the courthouse or outside the courthouse when that Karen Reed hearing was going on?
Okay.
Shortly after 2 o'clock, were you outside the courthouse? Do you know who Aidan Carney is?
We do.
And it's the gentleman here with me, right? And did you see him emerge from the courthouse a little bit after 2 o'clock?
I did.
And what exactly were your observations? And first of all, where were you situated when you first saw him?
Yes, I was on the stairs. It was the first stair or two leading up to the courthouse doors.
Okay, so the base of the stairs at the Norfolk Superior Court main entrance. You see Mr. Carney. What do you see?
Mr. Carney came out. He looked visibly anxious, very, very anxious. He had really a great concern that was.
Objection.
Anxious will stand. Next question.
Was he using his phone at all?
Not sure, but then I did, upstairs with him, make the comment that I should.
Objection to the comments.
You answered that question. What's your next question, Mr. Byrne?
What did you see him do, just physically with respect to his phone? Do you know if he was recording out to the world or recording himself? If you know.
I believe he was recording some.
Where was he when he started to do that?
I want to say, maybe it was like around the base of the stairs. Maybe leading out into the sidewalk.
I'm sorry. Okay. When he came out, did he draw your attention or were you looking at other things besides Mr. Carney when he came?
No, I was looking.
And what did you see him do and where did you see him go?
Well, I saw him, there was a state trooper that was there.
Objection, my question is, what
Yeah,
did
that's
you
not the question, thanks. Yeah.
What did you see
Listen
him
to
do?
the question and just answer that question, please.
He began moving down the stairs and started to, cross the street. He approached a dead police officer.
You were going to talk about a state trooper. Did a state trooper approach him as well?
Yeah.
What
the
happened?
State trooper was concerned about,
Just what did you see happen?
so I saw the state trooper usher folks off the stairs and to continue moving across.
And was Mr. Carney part of that group of people that were being ushered around? Where did he go?
He then, was walking into the street. He approached a Dedham police officer.
Was that Dedham police officer busy doing things or was he just completely focused on Mr. Carney?
No, there was a lot of people around.
Next question.
Did you see Mr. Carney speak to him?
I did.
What was said?
Objection.
Notice and knowledge on state of mind.
Grounds for your objection.
seriously?
What's the
And it's also already in evidence, Your Honor's used the recording of the conversation.
Overruled.
What did he say to the officer?
I did not hear what was said.
Next question.
What did you see as far as any physical gestures by either Mr. Carney or the officer?
I saw the officer lift his hand and point towards the registry of deeds. I then
Next
saw,
question. And then what did you see Mr. Carney do in terms of gestures?
I saw him do the same.
And where did you see Mr. Carney proceed after that?
He then walked over to the registry.
Was he still doing his thing with his phone?
Yeah.
At some point, hundreds of people stream out of the Norfolk Superior Court, right? Was it close in time after this interaction?
It was.
What did you observe about people streaming out of the court?
Just generally, I really didn't observe. I don't know.
Okay, was there a large number of people or a small number of people?
It was a large number.
Now, were they going towards the handicap ramp, down the main stairs, or where were they going in general?
There were folks using both the handicap rail and the.
Were you near Mr. Carney when those folks started to stream out of the courthouse?
No.
Did you see Mr. Carney doing anything else outside the courthouse when these folks were coming out of the courthouse?
I did not.
I just have one more, please, Ron. Thank you very much, Ron. Nothing further. Thank you.
call you, friends,
I see, is, 52, uh,
just once,
no.
when was the most recent time, so.
Last night, we had one of the jurors from the first year you tried.
And have you watched others as well?
Yeah.
You have a paid subscription to any of these channels, some of them are free, some of them are paid, you know, thing.
No.
And, can I ask you if, we executed this affidavit as far as
Yeah.
and, how did you come to run this affidavit, or how did you come to execute this affidavit?
And I would recall if somebody sent me a tweet or if I saw it myself, but it was basically, a request from Mr. Carney, if you were there, let me know if you're going to give your observations.
So he put out the request and you responded to it.
Yes, I felt. as
Don't tell me what you thought.
Yeah.
Answer the question. So, after you responded,
All right, everybody. Sorry to interrupt the scheduled program, but our trial is back in session, so we are gonna pause Turtle Boil trial for now, and then oh wow, hang on, no, we are not. We are gonna be watching Daybell's verdict. There is a verdict for Daybell. I where is the media? Where is the verdict music? There we go. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. All right. So I lost the music again. All right, there is a verdict on the Daybell. I need to confirm. I'm trying to confirm how long, but I think it's going to be about 5 minutes behind. DB will testify case one. Can you keep an eye out? Because for when the Dirtball testifies. Sorry, I haven't saved this. Sorry, I don't know how you looked, but let me know when Dirtball does, and I will try to record. We'll try to go there, and then we'll rewatch our trial. That less than 15 minutes, I think so. Hang on, live streaming now, so it has to be some kind of record. 15 minutes last night, 15 minutes today. They literally half an hour. I think she bit Maxwell Anderson. That was fast. I know that was very, very fast. It was fast. I'm still confirming Twitter is blowing up right now that everyone is texting verdict on Daybell, and then all the other ones. But yes, we have a verdict on Daybell. It's all right, no worries. It's absolutely fine. We are gonna hold until we have a verdict. Then we're gonna catch up on our trial, and then we're gonna pause to see Turtle Boil testify on this trial, and then we're gonna go back to our trial. So, guys, we have a lot to do. Grab your passports because we're gonna be traveling. So we're gonna go from we are in Arizona, we're gonna go to South Carolina, then we're gonna go to Massachusetts, and then we are gonna back to South Carolina. We are traveling a lot today. We're gonna be traveling a lot tomorrow. So get yourselves ready. Oh, thank you very much, Robert. Yeah, I know, 15 minutes. Like, I'm sorry, but that has to be a record. That has to be a record of some sorts. 15 minutes of verdict. I guess I can take my banner out because they are not deliberating anymore. They have a verdict. So what do you guys think? It's gonna be guilty, not guilty, hung jury. Sorry, I'm trying to keep a straight face while I'm saying this. Ooh, Jed. Sorry, 1 second. Garden bot food. Almost, but I need a phone that has X. Or someone keep an eye on X. I know I cannot definitely wait to hear Kathy. Well, tomorrow morning I think she might record her reaction to it, but yeah, I think she's gonna have a video tomorrow morning all about it and everything. Oh no, Rubber, it's fine. You can come in a suitcase. It's fine. Oh yes, definitely need to see that. Everyone is saying guilty. Can I say not guilty and you guys don't kill me? I'm joking. Let's just see. I don't know. Can someone, because I have no my phone because we ordered food and my phone is out at the moment. Oh, thank you very much. Is he live? Robber, is Nate live or on X? Oh, right, okay. On X, right. Suitcase passport. What are you gonna do? No, I'm gonna put some air holes for Bravo. Obviously, come on, I am not Sarah Boone, but there is a verdict for Lori Zabel on her fourth, I think fourth or third, and last trial for now. She is about to find her fate in this trial against Brendan Burdow. You're going to the PC. Woohoo! Sherry, it's so good to see you. By the way, Sherry, since you're here and before I forget, we are going to be doing Karen Reed tomorrow, so you can hang out with us if you want. This is, but yeah, we're going to be doing Karen Reed closings, and then while they go on verdict watch, we are going to be catching up on our trial, and then eventually we'll catch up on the Donna Alderson hearing that is also happening tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be another busy day in the world of true crime. But yeah. Oh yeah, I know. It's I like we've been wanting to do the closing just to see how he ends and the craziness. So definitely we're gonna be following that. Robert, I'm not singling you out, but have you seen how long of delay are we gonna be on a verdict for Lori? Does anyone know? Free Hannah, Anna, you're free. Yay! I'm so glad that you are. I do miss you, and I'm kind of glad that this Karen Reed is, over, so all the peeps can come back home. You're gonna be running really, like literally running, or just doing errands. Oh wait, they are. Oh, hang on. I don't know what I'm doing. I am so like, let me move out of the way. Let me go back to this place because sometimes they do put stuff there. Let me right. Okay, I'm in a corner. Are you searching? Thank you very much for that, Robert. Hey, I'm hearing something. Is that which trail? Oh, is this coming from? Oh. We miss you too. Yeah, I'm all right, Hannah. Thank you very much. Hope you feel better soon. Nice, so nice. That is so nice, Paula. I love spending days with Jed, with Garden Bot as well. Ah, well, you all know his name with Garden Bot. I think we are going to be live for the verdict. I mean, what's the...
Yvonne, I will look at your exhibits. Yep, please.
Hot mic. Gotta love a hot mic. Gotta love a hot mic, huh? Oh, okay, 5-minute delay instead of 30. That's great. That's awesome. That's good. Thank you very much, Denise. Appreciate you. You always. Paula, a very hot mic. Yeah. Pickles, my friend. I am gonna be hoping you are feeling better very, very, very soon. I'm sending all the positive thoughts and hugs and healing for you and for your mom as well. I hope you don't suffer as much, but be safe, my friend. Lots of love. Yeah, Pickles. So I know definitely you did. Hawkeys. Hawkeyes, sorry, I corrected myself. Hawkeyes. Yeah, definitely, that is fast. 30 minutes, that is like a record. I need to write that down. I need to write that Lori had a 30-minute verdict. Lori, 30-minute verdict. That is just crazy wild. Um, uh, how come you're nervous? She's guilty. I don't think I have any doubts. She's guilty. She's like, even if she's not guilty, she has still 3 life sentences to serve or more. I lost count, but yeah, I I might be a bit, yeah. Okay, I get you though. Called it yesterday. I think they've made it their minds up before they went home. Yeah, I think they did. And oh,
Hey,
I've got a co-host. Hello.
you have a co-host. Hey, so Brandon Boudreau and his wife and Kate Vallow and other families and friends just walked into the victim room near the courtroom.
Oh,
And that was
good,
just
good,
5
good.
seconds ago. So
Okay, good. They had verdict last night. They just waited to. Yeah, I think so. That could be a possibility. Yes, Denise and everyone and Hawkeyes. They barely sat in the chairs. I know exactly. I think they did. It's like Maxwell was just under an hour as well. So what do you think, Rabba? Guilty or not guilty?
Oh, it's guilty, no doubt. That fast. They came back that fast with a verdict. It's guilty, no doubt. Also, it says Nate also posted 2 jurors who served in Lori's first Arizona trial are here for the verdict. Around 24 members of the public are also here as well.
Yeah. So it's just crazy. I think like she must know. She's like, I don't think she
She has to know. I mean, she has to know. They're guilty. It's gonna be guilty, no doubt, because I mean, she's just.
Yes, Jeremy. We are gonna go switch back to Maegan. Yes, as soon as the verdict is in and we have a bit of a reaction and a bit of a talk. Yes, we are gonna switch back to Maegan. Absolutely. I do not want to miss what's happening in Maegan. I know it's not Dontrell at the moment. Dontel, or however you say his name, but we are gonna be swapping to Maegan. Oh, it's the wife. Oh my days. Dontel's wife is on the stand. Oh. On the trial we're watching, the Maegan.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's
his
the
wife.
wife.
Oh my God. Okay, that's gonna be good and juicy too.
They're gonna be spicy. So we're gonna definitely check that out after. Oh, Megan's face. Y'all, look at this. Just on Megan's face. She's not impressed.
She always looks so like she just got out of the bathroom and it stunk.
I know. She is not impressed with Dontel's wife on a stand. Sorry. So that's what is happening in our current trial. We are going to be going there in just a moment whenever we have a verdict. I know.
Isn't Hannah so sweet?
Anna is the best. I don't know why I'm nervous always on verdict, but I am very nervous. She does pickles. Absolutely. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. This could mean they still charge. Yes, absolutely. I think if they have a guilty verdict for her, they absolutely will charge thingy to Melanie.
I do too. I think, hey Pickles, I think Sherry, I see you out there. Yeah, I think that they will come back and charge Melanie after all this. I really do. I think that, just like the Donald Adelson stuff, how it took a while to get everybody, charged. It took 10 years to get everybody charged. So, this was 2019. So yeah, I mean, Melanie's still in the pocket to get charges. Okay, one of the former. Okay, Trina just walked in the courtroom.
Ooh, we'll check them in a second, Paula. Thank you very much. We'll definitely check them.
Okay, Trina K just walked in the courtroom. That was 1 minute ago, 38 seconds. One of the former jurors told me she felt a little nauseous this morning walking back into the courthouse. She's not been back since the last trial and learned so much more that she didn't know when she served on the jury.
Well,
Oh, the former jurors from the previous trial. They're
Yeah.
just sick about it. Now I think they want to see justice now. More justice. I mean, not
more-
that, she's not
Well,
going nowhere.
I don't think she has anything else to be convicted of, but I'm sure they will find something if she has been involved. And because, attention sicky Lori, she will be back. I think this is the final thing for her, but I think she will be back somehow. I
You
don't know.
think so? No, she needs to just go. I mean, she's going to get her appeals and stuff like that she wants, but they're not going to go anywhere with that.
I don't think so either, but you never know. It's Laurie after all. I mean, who knows how many things she has been involved that we don't know yet. Between she did what she did and she got arrested, there was a long time. So,
Yeah.
I agree with the archives that says that 153,745. That's Laurie's prison number. She will be back. So, yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, that is crazy. And then tomorrow we have another busy day as well. We have Donna, we have Karen, we have our trial, Megan. Oh, it's
is
gonna be another
Donna
day.
having another? Is her hearing tomorrow? Because I was looking for it yesterday, day before, and I could never find it.
Sorry, it's just someone asking for more.
Asking for money?
I hope not. No, for my link for the stream.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Share, copy, and paste. Here, sorry. It's just trying to get something done very quickly, but you can entertain the masses.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it
joking.
was just Nate said, "You're over there talking, girl. Let's let you talk."
¿Qué?
¿Qué pasa?
Do not speak English.
Nate posted that the jury deliberated for less than 30 minutes today. He just posted that 2 minutes ago. So we knew that it was fast. It was fast coming in.
Yeah, very fast. I agree with that. It definitely colds are not going away. So apparently they are inside of the courtroom. Brandon and his family are seated. State is here. Laurie's not there yet. So we still have a little bit more to wait and speculate of what's happening. I mean, there is another trial going on, the Turtle Boy trial. So there's that one going on. Hey, yeah, no, I know, Nancy. It didn't take that long, did it? Yuppers, they had that yesterday. Yuppers, not yuppers. I thought Denise was calling me yuppers again. Oh, for sure.
Okay, Paula. Paula had the answer.
Where?
Paula has the answer right here.
Unless he's Jim Jones.
You know who Jim Jones is, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
I'm just making sure. No, you don't?
No, wait. Who? Jim Jones, is that not? Oh, I thought. Sorry, I'm not.
Jim Jones was Jim Jones was a cult leader. He was a cult leader. Let's just leave it. He gave everybody Kool-Aid and they all went night-night.
Oh.
Yeah.
Removed. Hello, Hannah. Hello, by the way. Hello, everybody. So our verdict expert, we need your opinion. What do you think? It's guilty or not guilty? Or a hung jury in half an hour? No, I'm joking.
A hung jury in half an hour. That would be comical.
That would be hilarious. But
could you imagine Judge Boreski would be like, "Y'all just get the F out of here, all y'all. I don't even want to finish this."
Hey, your headache is gone. Woohoo! Well, yes, I'm also glad.
Mine
Hannah,
too, Hannah.
Yeah,
Finally.
mine went as well because I slept too much. And when my brain sleeps too much, I get a headache. So, yeah.
Denise gave her answer.
See, our verdict expert just gave us an answer. It's so guilty. Awesome. I like that. if you don't know, Denise is our verdict expert, so we trust her when it comes with verdicts. Yeah, she is the best one in town for
I think
verdicts.
she's always on point. I don't think she's been off yet.
She has been off in 2 verdicts,
Oh, she
but
has.
yes, I know. I'm surprised. She has been wrong twice, but if she was wrong, everybody got her wrong as well. So yeah. If Denise gets wrong, everyone else gets wrong. I think it was Nicole Rice, if I'm not sure.
Oh, I think I got Nicole Rice wrong, so I thought she was going to be guilty.
DCA Google Jim Jones, do it. I want to hear your response. Okay, all right. I'm Googling it. Jim
Okay,
Jones.
this is going to be funny. We'll just kind of listen to CA read on this for a minute while we wait.
Engel, first of all, his picture is rather interesting.
He looks a little scary, doesn't he?
I don't. Is this the
You
person?
should. There's documentaries.
Is this the person?
Yes, and that's him down in the corner with the glasses. That's how he usually looks with the glasses. That's what he normally looked like. Yes.
Cult leader, preacher, and mass. Whoa. Mass murderer and led people. Whoa. Oh.
There is awesome documentaries on that. That's something you should watch on the side if you get bored.
I don't know if Wikipedia is very trustworthy about it.
Wikipedia is pretty good. I mean, people go in, they change some things, but in general.
Wait, he was a priest?
He claimed he was a preacher for their cultish gathering. I don't know if he was actually ordained. I don't know facts about that or not, but Denise, was he ordained? Do you know?
Oh, he had 9 kids. Wow.
Oh no, he had more than 9 kids.
Oh.
he had relations with many of his followers.
Oh. Ooh, no, wait. We need to see this. Sorry.
Okay, they're bringing her in?
Oh, I thought they were bringing her in. That deputy scared me. I thought they were bringing him in. Oh my days, he sounds like, wow. Oh, I'm still reading about him. Oh, wow.
Okay, 1 minute ago, Lori's advisory attorneys. No, I said 1 minute ago.
Oh.
Lori's advisory attorneys, Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy, walked in. Trina's chatting with Brandon and his wife, Jenny. Media are in their seats in the courtroom, and public is being let in. So it's going to take a few minutes, let the public in and stuff.
So he studied Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Karl Marx, and Mahatma Gandhi. And he says that he was ready to unalive by the end of 3rd grade?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. K-Swan's on it. She said that's where the phrase drinking the Kool-Aid comes from.
Oh.
You know how people are always say, don't drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Because that's what he gave. It was a Kool-Aid type drink that he gave all of his followers, and they all drank it, and it had poison in it, and they all passed away.
Oh my days. Oh, hang on. Apparently, I lost connection to the audio in my share screen, so I'm going to do this again. We don't want to miss anything. Where's Lori? There we go.
You keep working on that, TCA. Yeah, I didn't think he was ordained either, Denise.
Wow. That is absolutely insane. That is crazy.
William.
Whoa. Wow. This is crazy. I mean, there is another UK Unalive that was absolutely crazy. I mean, but that one, wow, tops it all off, I think.
Yeah, Jim Jones, that was a crazy one.
Yeah, that is definitely a crazy one. Sorry, trying to get to the Turtle Boy trial next live stream next. Oh, it's upcoming. It's there. Okay. Oh, sorry, you kind of scared me.
I hit my mic.
Diddy case is going wild. It's going crazy.
I quit following the Diddy stuff probably beginning of this week or last week. Yeah, the end of last week. I just kind of, yes, please, no spoilers.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Paula. I appreciate it. Absolutely no spoilers, please, because we know there's going to be a 5 minute delay. So if you, because people are going to be tweeting this like crazy, um, but please no spoiler. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Me too. William, we both learned something new. Yeah. I turn off my notifications for that reason. Well done. I think I can be well, I can watch it and not react because you guys not looking at my face at the moment, so that's a good thing. So yeah, there's no spoilers there. And yeah, just I'm not giving spoilers, but the wife of Dontel, wife, she's crying on the stand, so that's gonna be emotional one.
Oh, y'all. Listen,
No.
Nate posted, this is what Nate posted. Brandon is sitting quietly in his seat, holding a stress relief cushion type ball. His head is bowed. He's looking at the floor. Lori just walked in and he's staring at her.
Oh, that gave
But
me
see,
the
we
cramp.
can't see. That's the bad part. Is we can't see the back end of this courtroom. So this is why I find this interesting, being able to read some of the stuff Nate posts on Twitter, because he gives you an inside view of some of this stuff that, we don't see what's going on in the gallery. We don't know how emotional this is for Brandon or Kay Woodcock or, any of the other, family members. So this is why I like reading Nate's stuff, because he kind of puts it out there
Yeah.
and let you know that,
what's kind of happening. Yeah. Oh man, that's crazy. I know I had goosebumps as well, Sherry. I was like, ooh, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say,
Okay,
I was like,
pay attention.
pay attention to what?
Judge Boreski's on the bench, says we're informed about a half an hour ago. Jury reached a verdict. He asked his assistants to bring in the jurors.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's there.
So
we're gonna leave.
That's
the
where I'm
live.
gonna leave Twitter. That's where I'm
Yep.
dropping Twitter. We're
Gonna
just
leave
watching
Twitter
from
now.
there on. I closed
No
my
more
Twitter.
Twitter for us.
I closed my Twitter.
No more Twitter. You are banned from this moment on until
Yep,
the verdict
I closed
is in.
it.
Yeah,
I closed
well
it,
done.
baby. I closed it. I just wanted to read just little updates about Brandon and stuff, because
I know.
We'll
go back to it soon.
No, we're done. I'm done. I closed it. I want to watch it live.
I know.
That's why I popped in your back door, because I wanted to watch it live.
I was gonna say in my back door, that sounded a bit.
Stop that.
Sorry, that was funny. No, that was funny. Oh. I know. That is sad that Kobe is the run. Is he in the courtroom? Does anybody know?
No, Colby
Without
went
checking.
live. No, he went ahead and went live. He's at home. Yeah.
That sounded dirty.
Okay, and using the word rubber in that sentence, Sherry, didn't help. Okay.
Oh my god, you're wild. You're wild. Oh, my days. I know. I have, because the family members and everyone is watching. Even I'm sure in Idaho there's a lot of people watching it. See, you missed us, Sherry. We know we're out wilder than before. Colby's in this guy driving.
He's
to
okay. Because I seen him pop. Because I'm on his. I subscribed to his channel and it popped up on my computer. Colby went live, so I didn't click on it because I just assumed he was going to do the trial. I didn't think he was going.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Only one day you went was Ray on. Yes, yeah, because they have a really close bond, those two, Colby and Ray. So they do support each other a lot. So that's good. That's good. I mean, it's just sad that all of this. I'll watch for too many devices. I know there's a lot. It's like I have many tabs open. Hawkeyes. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tabs open. So I might have gone too crazy. I have 9 tabs open because and I have my KFC going cold because the jury decided to come with the verdict right at the time that KFC was getting delivered to our house.
I know. I heard you saying food, Jed, or Garden Bot. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was the you wanted to be there for Brandon. Didn't think you would that quick. Yeah, I know. I can imagine. I hope he gets there on time, but I don't think he's gonna be there on time. So yeah. Um I know. Laurie Death Bell. I like that. Where is it? Oh, there you go.
That's a good
Laurie
one.
Death Bell. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate for the support. So we should be anytime soon. I mean, I think. Oh no, hang on. Just got an
Where's he
echo.
going? Is he going to get Lori?
I think so.
Girl, you don't know how hard it is for me to not open my X right now.
Do you know how hard
I'm
it is
not.
not to look at every single notification I'm getting right now
I know.
into my phone?
Sorry, let me cough. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I set my phone down and it's going off with notifications over there, but I'm on my
I know.
computer and I've got all kinds of pop-ups and I'm trying not to read. And like I said, I closed Twitter. Hang on. What you need, Mom? He's in his room asleep, Mama. He's asleep. Siesta.
So yeah, it's just like my phone is literally buzzing right now out of the craziness of whatever.
Okay, sorry. Oh, here she is.
Oh, she comes. Let's mute. I think. Hopefully,
mute.
I don't know. Let's go.
Is your sound on?
Yes, but it's not. No one is talking right now. Sound is on. Please, someone speak. Okay, Judge is coming in. Judge Borowski, please talk.
They need to give us some courtroom sound because it's making me nervous. As soon as we get courtroom sound, I'll mute.
Yeah. I know,
There's
I can't
Brandon.
hear anything either.
There's Brandon and aw, bless his heart.
Come on, Judge, just speak. Speak for me, Judge. I can hear someone typing. That
Yes,
you?
I hear somebody typing. No, that's not me. Okay, I'm
Muting. I don't know. I know I like this judge too. Sorry, I'm still talking because I can not still hear nothing. But I don't know why. Hang on 1 second. I had something, but come on. I'm trying to get the best one, but it's no. There we go.
All right, the jury is present. Everyone can be seated. Do we have a four-person? Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Will you hand the verdict to my courtroom assistant? All right, the clerk will read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-00-1242-001. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019, as follows. Guilty. Signed, foreperson. Are these your true verdicts? So say you one and all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, on the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you at this time. I have one more legal issue I need to resolve before you can be released from the admonitions.